guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
I believe it is showtime. Here we go. And good to have you with us as the gang all gathers in around the country. We'll be checking in, saying hello. Jump online. Give us a hey. Let us know where you're checking in from tonight. All right, let's jump right into it here. Lots of interesting things. Again, I think we've got another action-packed show. 5 hours. Me and you and all our listening friends out there. All right, start things off tonight with, there's not a whole lot to speak of weather-wise. There is just one cluster of thunderstorms that are indeed packing a punch in west central, headed into southwestern portions of Iowa. Yeah, right now, if you had to draw a line between, say, Des Moines and Omaha, Nebraska, yeah, most of that zone between those two cities is where this cluster of thunderstorms is moving, almost due south, from north to south. Yeah, there is a severe thunderstorm watch that continues. And it's a relatively small area there in Iowa. But as we speak, we flip over, there's several severe thunderstorm warnings. So looking at right here, that moving southeast at 40 miles per hour, this cell. Yeah, so you've got straight line winds as this storm approaches, 60 mile per hour winds, and quarter-size hail coming with this particular storm. So that's big enough to do hail damage to your vehicles, wind damage. You could experience wind damage, roofs, siding, trees. So, we'll keep an eye on things. That severe thunderstorm watch continues for the next couple of hours, I believe. Things should continue to die off If they happen to expand the severe weather watches a bit further south, maybe into like northwestern portions of Missouri, we'll pass that on. Once again tonight, it's the western third of the country that continues baking the heat wave. Heat advisories still in place all the way up into northeastern portions of Montana. You're beginning to see some relief, though, in the Pacific Northwest. Not seeing those heat advisories any longer in western Montana, Washington, Oregon, Idaho. The southwestern corner of the state, the country rather, though, widespread excessive heat watches warning. Heat advisories now extending all the way over into northern Kansas, southern Nebraska. That zone where the severe weather is impacting Iowa right now is in under the heat advisories for the upcoming day. We'll get more on the heat wave coming up here, but I want to start with a look down south along the Gulf, where forecasters are more and more convinced we're probably going to be looking at our third tropical system of the 21 Atlantic hurricane season, taking shape in the Gulf of Mexico. And this storm will be setting its eyes on a portion of the United States. Forecasters expect the system to aim for the central Gulf Coast region, where it's going to unleash torrential rain and flooding late this week into the weekend. Now we're headed into Thursday here. Weekend's just around the corner. The chance for tropical development has steadily increased over the past week. Now they say the system is projected to develop sometime, maybe overnight tonight, between now and maybe early Saturday over the western Gulf of Mexico. Name on the list for this next system for the Atlantic Basin will be Claudette. As the system slowly brews its forecast to take a general northward path toward the U.S. Central Gulf Coast this weekend. Now, as of Wednesday, this disturbed area was still poorly organized, but that's expected to change soon, they tell us. Some tropical development of this disturbance is likely, even though it does contend with some wind shear, dry air. Interaction with land is inhibiting development right now. Strong wind shear occurs when the winds change rapidly, change in direction when you get different speed in the atmosphere, different levels of altitude. Despite these hurdles, the system's going to have to overcome. One factor that favors formation is the system that this waters over the Gulf of Mexico are very warm. We're talking water temperatures in the 80s. That's plenty warm enough to nurture a tropical system. All right, even though we're not probably going to be looking at a high-end tropical storm or a hurricane, that's unlikely at this point in time. But all you need is a mere tropical depression or a tropical storm that could bring tremendous amounts of rain once it gets over land. That's the primary concern, they tell us right now. Landfall may occur anywhere from near the Texas-Louisiana border to perhaps the western part of the Florida panhandle, any point in between. Now, forecasters right now are pinpointing sometime late Friday into Saturday as the most likely time frame, and the Louisiana coastline is the most likely place for landfall, which would really be kind of picking up the 2021 hurricane season right where the 2020 season left off. We had 3 hurricanes that made landfall in Louisiana last hurricane season. They just can't seem to catch a break. Now, forecasters are urging people to not just focus on the pinpoint of the landfall. The impacts from tropical storms are oftentimes very spread out. Since southwesterly wind shear's already affecting the feature, and that's forecast to continue through landfall, much of and perhaps all these downpours are going to be occurring probably on the eastern side of the storm center but it may extend out hundreds of miles from wherever that center point is. Given the general northward projected movement, much of Texas should be spared from the rainfall. Now, even if landfall were to occur as far west as the upper Texas coast, the system's going to have to kind of contend with the steering winds and the shear to roll ashore along the southern Texas coast. This is the only scenario where the heavy rain might be thrown over much of southeastern Texas. So weather conditions are expected to deteriorate from the upper Texas coast through the Florida Panhandle as we get into Friday. The potential for tropical storm conditions for a time at some point this weekend. Now, tropical storms have maximum sustained winds of, 39 to 73 miles per hour with maybe some higher gusts. Even a weak to moderate tropical storm is going to cause rough seas, dangerous rip currents, and rising coastal waters. Overwash and some minor coastal flooding along the upper Gulf Coast. Some of the low-lying coastal roads and shoreline communities could very well be inundated. So the time frame, again, rapidly approaching. Friday, things begin to really start going downhill. And we'll keep an eye on it. I think the last named storm, Bill, that formed earlier this week was like Monday afternoon, just out of nowhere. Bill formed off the coast of North Carolina, actually became, tropical storm, but rapidly coming together like that. Meanwhile, all right, the heat continues. The intense heat wave out west, more record-breaking heat, roasting the American West. Highest temperature occurred this past day at the lowest point in North America, Death Valley. We've been talking about that the last couple of nights. As of this past evening, Wednesday evening, highs in Death Valley pushed 125 degrees, according to the National Weather Service. There's not a lot of moisture in the air, but the real feel, the heat index was 130 degrees. Death Valley is the record holder for the highest air temperature ever recorded on Earth, they tell us. A sizzling 134 degrees in 1913. So indeed, the high temperature of 125, we were less than 10 degrees of the world record this past evening. Death Valley is living up to its name. Forecasters are cautioning any sort of outdoor activity is potentially life-threatening in this kind of heat. And it's going to continue Thursday into Friday. AccuWeather's Bill Waddell is in Death Valley, reporting from there on the network. As of 9 o'clock this past morning, 9 a.m., the temperature was already at 106 degrees there. And it kept on going. As of 1 o'clock Wednesday afternoon, it was up to 121 degrees. By 5 p.m., the National Weather Service marked Death Valley and Stovepipe Wells, California. That's an appropriate name for a hot place, right? Stovepipe Wells, as the hottest locations in the lower 48. Both were at 125 degrees. On the other end of the state, Northern California, one of the coldest temperatures of the day in the lower 48, was actually recorded near Old Station. Both that location and a station near Sand Creek Station in Oregon recorded low temperatures, 25 degrees. That's a 100-degree difference. So you're at 125 degrees in Southern California, 25 degrees, and I'm thinking these were some higher elevations there in Northern California. But Death Valley's hardly the only place dealing with the heat. Many others have put new marks in the record books here this week, and more records could still fall, according to forecasters. This current heat wave is going to be well remembered for the duration of this. The expansive nature, the excessive heat watches and warnings. Yeah, familiar with extreme heat is a testament to just how widespread this particular heat wave is. So what are we looking at elsewhere? Temperature departures from the southwest to Montana, as much as 20 degrees above normal right now. Some places even 25 above normal. Montana, the record high temperature will be past their peak. You saw the hottest temperatures early in the week. As I mentioned, western portions of the state are already beginning to see a bit of a break in the heat. But right through, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the temperature in Death Valley each day could very well be right there in that 125-degree range. All right, Salt Lake City, you've recorded 3 consecutive days, record-breaking temperatures. You started with 102 Sunday, 103 Monday. Let me see here. Phoenix, you've been talking 115 degrees each day. That continues. Again, Thursday, Friday, into Saturday. That's going to break your record for consecutive 115-degree days. Tuesday and Wednesday, Phoenix hit that 115 mark both days. And again, they're anticipating Thursday, Friday, maybe even Saturday. Let me see here. Tuesday evening around Deer Valley Airport, a different location from where they recorded the 115-degree record. About 9 o'clock in the evening, there was what they call a heat burst occurred. The temperature went from 108 to 111 in like 9 minutes' time. In a time of day when you would expect temperatures should be dropping. Heat burst. All right, there you go. 111 degrees, 9 o'clock in the evening. That's just cooking there in the Phoenix area. All right, coming up, we'll get to some of our cooler weather in the Northeast. You're actually probably going to be reaching for a hoodie or a jacket here over the next few days as we head into the official first day of summer this weekend in the Northeast. Quite the contrast to, you were dealing with a heat wave there in the Northeast about a week ago. Big time roller coaster ride, but all right, let me get some of the industry headlines. First and foremost, just got this message from Monty here a little bit ago. Monty, our friend with OOIDA, to which he said, this is a bit of good news. The U.S. Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee approved their portion of a highway bill that is pretty much free of any insurance increases. This is S 2016, the Surface Transportation Investment Act. It does not include a $2 million insurance mandate like the House version does. It does not initiate a sleep apnea rulemaking. It does not restrict personal conveyance. It does not expand the FMCSA's use of the ELD data, and it does not mandate speed limiters. While the Senate legislation does contain an automatic emergency braking mandate for new trucks and some concerning language in regards to side underride guards, the Senate version is a much more favorable bill for professional drivers and owner-operators than what they refer to as the House Transportation Committee's anti-trucker disgrace that was passed last week. During this past day's markup, the committee also approved a Department of Transportation pilot program for under 21-year-old interstate drivers. They typically say they oppose younger drivers for long-haul trips. However, the pilot program does incorporate some comprehensive training requirements and calls on the DOT to study the impacts of driver compensation on safety and retention. OOIDA went on to say, thank you again to everyone who's contacted their lawmakers over the last couple of weeks during the House and Senate committee markups. As a reminder, neither of the committee's actions have been enacted. There are many steps yet to be taken place before the final highway bill is done. So we will continue to work with both parties to try and stop any harmful policies from ever becoming law. So there you have, you're going to have distinctively different bills, the House versus the Senate bill. Now, the House has already passed theirs. So the Senate, when they do, and if this comes to fruition, that's when the two sides, the House and the Senate, have to take those two pieces of legislation, bring them together, and some portions of what's in the House bill could end up in the Senate version and vice versa. Some House provisions may be stripped from the House version. That's what OOIDA is going to continue to have to watch closely and work with. If they discuss maybe adding that minimum insurance mandate, trying to bump that into the Senate bill, yeah, you'll be on it, right? The call to action will be going out. Call your senators, call your House members. All right, a couple of other industry headlines before we get to your calls here this morning. Jump on in. It's 844-3388. Let me start with an email I got from one of our listening friends several hours ago. In the Indianapolis area, apparently they've got this big construction project going on. He actually sent me a video where he's rolling. He said this is on I-70 eastbound in the construction zone. It was about the 109-mile marker. But there were 3 big trucks pretty badly torn up in a crash there. And he said this is happening almost every night in this construction zone since they took it down to 1 lane. And the bad part is they haven't even merged the westbound traffic onto the eastbound lanes yet. And this is going to be like this all summer long. So drivers need to pay attention. And if possible, I'd just avoid the area till they get this done. The detour would be exit 96, Mount Comfort Road, to 40 East, to State Road 3 North, then get back on the 123. Also expect a major backup in Knightstown on 40 with all the traffic. Someone at the Indiana DOT needs a swift kick in the head for the way they've done this construction on I-75. This is the 3rd year, and they've been working on this same stretch. And the way they're doing it this time is causing major issues. If they would have done it this way the first year, yes, some of this could have probably been avoided, but it was 7:30 when I drove by this on my way to work. I'd be surprised if it's open even by the time you get on the air, but either way, just a good reminder for drivers to slow down, pay attention. Either way, looking forward to another 5 hours of great entertainment. That's from David. Thank you so much, Dave, and passing that information along. But okay, so yeah, that did look like a pretty nasty wreck, and yeah, the second truck in the mix there, that cab was pretty badly torn up. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there were some injuries incurred in that crash. So, all right, who all's checking in here? Let me flip over. Right out of the box, Todd is with us. Morning, y'all. Monty Python says, good morning, Your Honor. Chevy Guy's with us. Steve, the Michigan Madman. Hello from the Michigan Madman. I'm still trucking. Dale checks in from Jacksonville, 70 degrees, partly cloudy, no rain today, but everybody have a great night. There is some rain in southern Florida. Even at this hour. That was the other area where there is some precip in the mix down there toward Phillips' neck of the woods. I don't think he starts his day just yet. He's normally with us, about 3 o'clock in the morning. Bruce says, good morning, Steve, and all the good men and women out there driving truck. Be safe on the road tonight. Hoosier Garage says, hello, king of the overnight. Thank you. Grumpy checking in. Everybody keep the dirty side down and the shiny side up. That's good advice. Gilligan says 55 clear in Elliston, Virginia. Yeah, check your email, Steve. I-40 shut down east of Knoxville, both directions. Drivers, keep it shiny side up. All right, I'll pull that up in the email here. Give me just a moment. Jay says, good morning, Steve. Here's to all the women behind the man that keep on trucking. They keep the home fires burning. Everybody stay safe. Checking in from Nashville, Tennessee. Greetings from Northern Illinois, the Communist Republic of the Land of Stinkin'. God bless all the truck drivers out there working hard for Americans. If you haven't seen Tucker Carlson tonight, yeah, he was referring to Lori Lightfoot, the mayor of Chicago. You need to check it out. It's even worse than I thought it was. But keep up the great work, Steve. Steve, have a great morning. So, Lori Lightfoot, I mean, it's even worse than you thought, huh? All righty, Captain Ron checking in, southbound and down, just left Georgia, where it was 77 degrees. Scott says, good morning from Steubenville, Ohio. One Crazy Ray's out there checking in from Michigan, where it's 57 degrees, little cool there tonight. Here's a listener that goes by the handle, logistically misplaced. Hey, Steve, it's 48 degrees here in Prudhoe Bay, Alaska. Coming in loud and clear. How about that? Good to have you with us there in Alaska. Darlene says, hello, Steve, a.k.a. Frazier. Beautiful evening in Rockville, Indiana. The cicadas are almost done here. Thank the Lord. Hope all of our trucking family's good out there. Keep on keeping on. Love to you all. Yeah, Darlene, I've noticed. I've been mentioning that the last couple of nights. There's a few stragglers left, but they're pretty much done. Just a handful of them were out there, yeah, even in the heat of the day, just a few singing. And you can actually see, if one tries to go from one tree to the other, the birds swooping down and plucking them right out of the air. Dinner time. All righty, so the cicada invasion of 21, pretty much done for our area. Who was it that checked in from there? Way up north. So were you still waiting for the cicadas to emerge there? If they haven't come up yet, they might have missed your area. Well, lo and behold, we just shared your message. Hello, Captain Ron, what's going on?
How are you?
Doing well.
So, did you ever get your cicada cookbook?
No, I have not received my version of the cicada cookbook just yet.
I didn't either. I think them jokers ripped me off 1995.
Uh-oh.
I sent it to them, but I still hadn't got it.
Uh-huh.
I heard on the radio today, Dayton, Ohio, place called Pizza Bandit came up with a pizza with cicada topping on it. So you might want to look that up.
Cicada pizza. I've seen pictures. People, I mean, it's a real thing. I mean, it's not a joke. People do make cicada topping pizza. I have no interest, but
I don't even know how it would pass the health stuff. Anyway, yeah, we've been getting quite a bit of rain. Well, the east side of Tampa has about 5 inches so far, but we haven't got hardly anything over Clearwater.
Mm-hmm.
It's dry as a bone. Red tide's coming in now. That ought to be fun. That's about all I got for the night.
Well, good to hear from you, Captain Ron. Thanks for checking in, and thanks, as always, for listening in and participating with us via the social media. Well, I'm not sure if he's on YouTube, Facebook, whatever it is, but yeah, he does comment pretty much every night. All right, let me see. Okay, I pulled up my email. Thanks for forwarding that to me. Knoxville, Tennessee. Now, this is the update from 9 o'clock p.m., about 3.5 hours ago. at which point in time the Knoxville Police Department said all eastbound and westbound lanes closed indefinitely as emergency crews work at the crash scene. Eastbound traffic is being diverted to the Strawberry Plains exit. Westbound traffic is being diverted to exit 417. Now, at 9 o'clock, they said this will be an extended closure, could last a long time. Drivers should seek alternate routes if possible. All right, Tennessee Department of Transportation said this is a severe crash in East Knox County. It closed the highway this past evening. A tractor trailer was seen on fire at the crash scene. This was reported about 6:30 Central Time this past evening. Information about the cause of the crash, any possible injuries, detours. That's obviously, we just updated from there. And they'll continue to update as more details become available. But this is from the traffic cams there along I-40. I mean, the sun hadn't even set yet, obviously. The crash occurred at 6:30, but there was already major backups. So maybe if some of our drivers are in the mix down there, some of you may have been sitting there for multiple hours by now. If you were past the point where you could get off and go around. Now, it's been 6 hours now, so give us an update maybe if they've got that reopened. It's 844-844-3388. That's our number. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden and Russian President Putin concluded their summit Wednesday with an agreement that allows each country's ambassador to return to the nation they're posted to, but little else concrete. In a press conference following the meeting, President Biden said he did bring up the issue of human rights violations with Putin, saying it's in the DNA of America to speak up when it sees them.
I also told him that no president of the United States could keep faith with the American people if they did not speak out to defend our democratic values, to stand up for the universal and fundamental freedoms that all men and women have, in our view. That's just part of the DNA of our country. So human rights is going to always be on the table, I told him. It's not about just going after Russia when they violate human rights. It's about who we are.
This is USA Radio News.
If your loved one has passed away due to COVID-19, pay close attention to this message. You could be entitled to a death benefit of over $300,000. The U.S. government has set up a fund to pay families relief if they've lost a loved one due to COVID-19. We know this is a hard time for you, and this fund has been set up by the federal government to help ease your pain. The compensation includes a death benefit and lost wages benefit. Time is limited, so we urge you to make a free phone call right now. There's no cost to you for this claim. All legal fees are only covered once you receive your money. So if you've lost a loved one due to COVID-19, call the legal helpline right now to find out if you qualify for a cash award. Here's our number, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018. That's 800-923-9018. Paid for by the
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, if I had the theme song to the Twilight Zone, this would be the place to play it. Yeah, we've been waiting and waiting and waiting. Anticipation has been building for months about this release from the Pentagon, classified UFO files. Apparently, I guess there was a briefing this past day for Congress, and it's not the full unclassified version of this report that's going to be presented to them here in a few days. Let me just go straight to the story. UFOs could pose a threat to national security. So claim lawmakers as they emerge from the highly classified meeting this past day about the upcoming Pentagon report. They described the briefing as interesting and said that there are legitimate questions about American safety. They did not reveal any further details. The highly anticipated report into UFOs examines whether decades of orb sightings in this country constitute a national security threat. A final unclassified version of that report is to be presented to Congress by June the 25th. So I guess that could come at any point in time. That's a week from tomorrow, the 25th. Members of the House Intelligence Committee received a preview this past morning. While they would not reveal whether the results confirmed the existence of extraterrestrial life, some of the meeting attendees voiced some concerns. We take the issue of unexplained aerial phenomena seriously to the extent that we're dealing with the safety and security of U.S. military personnel or the national security interest of the United States. So we want to know what we're dealing with, says Representative Sean Patrick Maloney, speaking to the New York Post. I think it's important to understand there are legitimate questions involving the safety and security of our personnel and in our operations, in our sensitive activities. We all know there's a proliferation of technologies out there. We need to understand the space a little bit better. The committee chair said that the briefing, again, was interesting, claimed he learned things that were certainly new to me, as he put it. I'll just leave it at that. Representative Andre Carson chaired the classified briefing about unidentified aerial phenomena, which was conducted by the U.S. Navy and FBI officials. Lawmakers said the briefing was a significant, timely topic. Growing concerns that unidentified aerial phenomena pose a national security risk. We're looking forward to having a public hearing at some point, they went on to say. I mean, there's some national security concerns that we want to take into consideration here. Representative Mike Quigley celebrated that UFOs are now being taken seriously. The stigma is gone, as he put it. That's a big change in policy, as I've witnessed about the issue in my lifetime. So the fact that they're taking this sort of thing seriously for the first time, I think it's important. One representative claims the aircraft must be from space and not Russian technology. Doesn't say which representative alluded to that. So there's at least someone in that committee that was briefed this past day. Separate story. A UFO filmmaker, guy by the name of Jeremy Corbell, after releasing a video clip showing radar footage of the unidentified flying object swarming the Navy ship off the coast of San Diego this past day, tells Newsmax this upcoming Pentagon investigation is going to reveal that more exotic explanations must be examined about UFOs. The important thing coming out in this report, and they've already said there was a leak in the New York Times, they're going to remove the option of it being some secret U.S. government project. That leaves us with some uncomfortable truths that these are not ours. Soon we're going to know it's not Russia, it's not China, it's not a foreign nation that this technology developed as we know it. Back in May, he posted a 46-second video on Twitter saying it was taken from the USS Omaha back in the summer of 2019, showing a significant UFO event series. He's the editor of Extraordinary Beliefs. He said the Pentagon's report, which is going to be coming up by the end of the month, it kind of comes at a historic time because the government is pretty much now telling us UFOs are real. They fly with impunity through our airspace. They outmaneuver, they outperform our greatest warships and warcraft. The big question is, who's operating these unidentified flying objects? What is their intent? That video clip from the USS Omaha shows the first time in modern history that there was radar contact with UFOs. I was able to obtain and provide the American public radar footage of UFOs swarming our Navy warships. But I didn't just release radar data. This correlates with the other videos released from the same incident in 2019, such as this video. You see this thing going into the water? No tail, no wings, no control surfaces, no modern propulsion as we know it. This is a spherical UFO that descends into the water without destruction. What will we learn? Okay, like I said, the Twilight Zone. It is 844-844-3388. Inbred Redneck was alluding to that this past evening. Last night's show is like, I'm a little bit concerned, Steve. Are the aliens amongst us? What's happening, Demon? Hello, Demon. Did we lose Demon?
No, I'm here.
Okay. I was waiting for you to...
I didn't hear the beat.
You're waiting for... I was just waiting to hear another day in paradise.
Another day in paradise. Lost wages, 110 degrees out here tonight. Did I lose you?
Yeah, so it's after 10 o'clock and it's still 110 degrees.
Yeah.
Wow.
A little warm up there in Death Valley today. I seen 123 is what I seen up there.
Okay.
Yeah, on the Nevada side. No. I still ain't buying all the UFO stuff. Still ain't gonna buy it.
No.
I think they're taking LSD or something like that. People are tripping.
Uh-oh.
No, I don't know. I've never seen one. I know years ago when I was working on the B-2 out here, they seen the sightings and everything. Of course, they built that plane out there in California, and they never would explain what was going on, but it was the test flights of the B-2, which is the wing, flying wing. Have mercy. Cops everywhere out here. But, I got to chime in about how warm it really is out here.
Well, I've been seeing that's mighty hot. I mean, it's been, I don't know, how many years has it been since we got out there to Vegas for like the truck show and whatnot, but I remember when it was 110 degrees. Walking the strip, it's sweltering out there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The last time, you was out in Vegas when I was out there, it was, that was one of those years it was bad warm, and it was even warm at night. And of course, Princess was turning the heater on in the hotel. I don't figure that out as warm as it was that year we was out there.
Yeah.
But, I want to get time to stop one of these days. Hell, all I could do is drive through there, picked up in Reno, come down here and fix to go to Oklahoma and go back to the house. Anyway, I ain't got much to say. Like I said, I was just talking about the UFOs. I figured I would chime in on that. But,
Yep. So you're not a believer. Just not a believer.
No, sir.
Okay.
No. But anyway, well, y'all have a good night.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Stay cool. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, I'm looking here. Let's see. I'm not sure. This wasn't, I believe, from the Tucker Carlson, whatever he had to say this past. I am looking at a story out of Chicago that says at least 4 were killed, 4 more injured in the second mass shooting in 4 days in Chicago. Mayor Lightfoot is now pleading for help from the Biden administration, calling the issue a national problem. It was about a year ago when then Mayor Lightfoot refused to allow the Trump administration to help with the incessant violence, which has only escalated since then. Lightfoot said White House officials reached out to her Tuesday morning to offer support. The Cook County medical examiner identified a 29-year-old Kemphier Miles as the woman killed in Saturday's mass shooting. We have to acknowledge this for what it is, a tragedy that's ripped apart families, inflicted intense trauma on several individuals. It tells us we have a lot of work to do. What we will likely learn as the details become clearer is that illegal guns continue to plague our city. Well, no kidding. Gun violence continues to have a deep, painful history in our city. Unfortunately, Chicago's not unique. We're part of a club of cities where no one wants to belong. Cities with mass shootings. Cities individually cannot tackle this issue. So she's pretty much throwing her hands up saying, it's out of control. Hell, Lightfoot, we've known this for a long time. In Chicago, we've done absolutely everything possible. We need help from the federal government, she says. When guns are so porous that they can come across our borders, as we see every single day in Chicago, we know we have to have a multi-jurisdictional national solution to this plague of gun violence. Tuesday's shooting follows another mass shooting occurring Saturday night that killed one woman and injured 9 others. A little after 6 a.m., 6 o'clock in the morning. Shots ring out in the Inglewood neighborhood. After a disturbance at a home there, several people were gathered inside at the time. Police confirmed that 4 were pronounced dead at the scene. The names and ages of those deceased not available. Chicago's police superintendent confirmed 3 women were among those killed in Tuesday's shooting. 4 suffered critical injuries, including a 41-year-old man, a 25-year-old man, both suffering gunshots to the back of the head. An additional woman and a 23-year-old man were in critical condition from shots to the back. There was a 2-year-old girl in the home during the shooting. Authorities say she did not appear to be injured. Let's see. Police have been called to this residence for disturbances in the past. Police were called to the area about 2 a.m. for reports of shots fired near that residence. It's all over Chicago. But Lori Lightfoot pretty much confirming, we've lost our city. It's out of control. What do you do? Bring in the National Guard? How do you control it? What's going on with Steve this morning? Hello, Steve.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Just traveling to Memphis this morning. Nice and dry. You said exactly what the words that were going to come out of my mouth. About a year ago, Donald Trump offered the help of the federal government to come into Chicago and help the Chicago PD clean up that frickin' mess on that south side of Chicago. And what did she say? We don't want your help. We don't need your help. Because, Steve, anything that to make Donald Trump look good, they wanted no part of it. We talked about the 10 lies last night, and he was right about every one of them. But she's a disgrace. Total failure as a mayor. I mean, but here's the thing, Steve. This problem in Chicago has been going on for many, many, many years, decades.
Yep.
This problem on the south side. It's crime-infested, drug-infested, gun-infested. And who do you think's bringing those guns to Chicago, Steve? Those illegal guns. I would say it's the cartel.
Yeah, most likely.
They got open season now, open borders. They're making tons of money. They love Joe Biden. That's where the guns are coming in. And it's going to get worse because not only the guns are coming in, but massive amounts of drugs are coming in.
The drugs and the MS-13 gang members, these are what's flooding across the border. And then the cartels are actually sending their recruits into these cities drug wars have been a big thing. Turf wars, I guess you call it. The cartels are sending their reps to these big cities all over the country to claim their turf.
Yeah, it's going to get worse before it gets better, Steve. There's no doubt about it. And it's not only going to happen in Chicago, it's going to happen in all the American cities. Whether it be, Chicago or Indy or Cincinnati, doesn't matter.
Yep.
People want their drugs. And these gangs want their territory. But, every weekend in Chicago, Steve, is a mass murder, so what's new? Why all of a sudden is she crying wolf now? And then to say it's a national problem. It's a national problem. Joe Biden's problem for opening the damn border up. That's one of the problems. But she could have got help on this problem years ago. I mean, even under Rahm Emanuel, the city was in turmoil. And then she has the nerve to we've done everything we can. Done everything you can. How about handcuffing the police? Is that helping the matter?
Right.
before you chase the suspect down, you got to, excuse me, you got to call your supervisor. What a joke she is. What a joke. Anyway, Steve, about the UFOs, I'm kind of on the fence about this. I do believe that we're not the only life form in this massive universe. But, we have telescopes now. I mean, how many galaxies have we discovered that are kind of like the Milky Way galaxy where they could sustain life on a planet?
Yep.
There's I think there's like, I can't even think about the number that I heard they found. But there's galaxies out there that can sustain life. They have a planet in the exact spot, from the star that can have oxygen and water and sunlight and all of that. So there's got to be life out there somewhere. But here's the thing. My question would be not who's manning it, these UFOs, but where did they come from and how did they get here? That would be my question.
Right.
Because these galaxies are light years away from us. I mean, you're talking like thousands of light years, millions of light years away from Earth. So how did they get here? How long did it take them? Do they have some kind of, time travel? I mean, I don't know. But, they've always said it's virtually impossible for us to leave our galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
We to go to another one, we never get there.
There's not enough life. No one can live that long.
Exactly. When you ended the show last night, Steve, I wanted to comment on one thing, a great story that you brought up about the FBI, what they knew and how much they knew during the January 6th riot. Mark Levin reported on this back in, January, February, that there was a memo sent from the Homeland Security to the FBI field office in Virginia, also to the New York PD sent a memo to the FBI warning that there was going to be trouble, that they said something was happening. I don't know if it was chatter on the internet or whatever, but they all knew about this. Days before, they knew that something was going to happen. It was out there. The FBI knew about it. All this information, from what Mark Levin reported on, was sent to the Capitol Police in Washington. It was sent to the Homeland Security Office in Washington, and it was sent to the FBI. But here's my question, Steve. What I would like to know is, what did Nancy Pelosi know? What did Mitch McConnell know? Did they know that something was going to happen? And why weren't the security forces put in place to stop it if they did know something was going to happen?
This would all lead you to believe that was it possibly intentionally disregarded to essentially set up Donald Trump to make it appear that he caused this, which that's the way they put it after the fact.
Bingo. That's another bingo for you, Steve. We're on the same page here. Because I'll tell you, when I woke up that afternoon and my wife said, "You're not going to believe what just happened," and I started watching it, I said to myself, this is set up. This is staged. There's no way that Trump supporters would do this.
Right? That's the same thing
No
I
way.
said. Yep.
So I don't know. I would like to know what Nancy Pelosi knew, how much she knew. She's the one that should be, being questioned in front of the Senate about this. She's obviously in charge of the Capitol Police. It's her building. I don't know, Steve. Anyway, thanks for taking my call, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
Hey, have a good morning. Be safe out there. Thank you so much. There you go. All right, we got news update just around the corner here. Wide open lines. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. So, of course, we had Joe Biden had his little get-together with Vladimir Putin. How did you think that was going to go? I guess it could have been worse. Senator Rick Scott, I guess based on his grade, it could have been worse. Senator Rick Scott of Florida said he gives President Biden a D. At least it's not an F, right? He gives him a D for his performance. This was actually at the G7 summit in the UK. You have to give him a D. Really simple. What good happened? Why did you take the time and spend the money to do this for no purpose? What's come out of this? I want to have a relationship with our allies, but we must do it with a purpose for American citizens. I represent people in America. Biden met with the leaders of the UK, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan. One of the things that I think, understandably, there was a good deal of skepticism about was, would the G7 sign on and give America back its sort of leadership role? Biden said after the summit, I think it did. It wasn't me, but it meant they're glad America's back. They're glad America's back, and they acted that way. Now, Biden also met with Vladimir Putin in Geneva this past day. Senator Scott said, Senator Scott said, Biden didn't get anything out of the meeting with Putin. I continue to be disappointed. I think he's not standing up to dictators. He did not stand up to Putin. You can tell nothing came out of this. He's not really helping us. He doesn't have a backbone. Putin did not commit to anything. So really, the entire meeting was fruitless. Nothing. Because that's not what Biden does. Biden just wants to have the title of president. There's not a dictator around the world that I've seen so far that he's going to hold accountable. Okay. That pretty much tells the tale. All right, news update time. We close things out for hour number one. Lots more to cover as we make our way into a Thursday. Get back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden and Russian President Putin concluded their summit Wednesday with an agreement that allows each country's ambassador to return to the nation they're posted to, but little else concrete. In a press conference following the meeting, President Biden said he did bring up the issue of human rights violations with Putin, saying it's in the DNA of America to speak up when it sees them.
I also told him that no president of the United States could keep faith with the American people if they did not speak out to defend our democratic values, to stand up for the universal and fundamental freedoms that all men and women have, in our view. That's just part of the DNA of our country. So human rights is going to always be on the table, I told them. It's not about just going after Russia when they violate human rights. It's about who we are.
This is USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
The Delta variant of the coronavirus has now spread to over 80 countries. The World Health Organization says the variant first identified in India has been shown in some reports to be more transmissible and cause more severe symptoms. The strain now makes up about 10% of all new cases in the U.S., with some health officials warning that it could soon become the dominant strain in the country. Former White House senior advisor for COVID response Andy Slavitt says people that haven't been vaccinated should be most concerned about that possibility. He tells CNN that the variant is like COVID on steroids.
If you haven't been vaccinated or you live in a community where there's a lot of people that haven't been vaccinated, this is a more virulent strain. This is like COVID on steroids. You could be around people for less time and still get exposed. So it's yet another reason why people should, if they haven't been vaccinated, should think about getting vaccinated. If you have been vaccinated, you've got very little to worry about.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Over the weekend of the G7 summit, the gathered world leaders called for another investigation into the origins of COVID-19 and called on China to cooperate with the probe into its lab in Wuhan. In a statement, the leaders called for a timely, transparent, expert-led, and science-based study in China, coordinated by the World Health Organization. Senator Lindsey Graham says that the world has to keep pressuring China to come clean on the origins of the virus. The South Carolina Republican tells Fox News that he supports a piece of legislation that would allow Americans to sue China for damages from COVID as a method for getting to the bottom of the pandemic.
How do you find the truth when China won't cooperate with you? Is the world has to make China come clean on this, and how do you do that? Impose sanctions until they cooperate with the world as to how the virus was, where it originated, how it was spread. But Tom Cotton, who's been right about this more than anybody, had legislation that we introduced and passed through the Judiciary Committee last year, allowing an American citizen to take the Chinese Communist Party to court in the United States and sue for damages caused by COVID-19. If you want to get to the truth, haul their ass in the American courtroom and unleash our lawyers on them. That's what I think we should do.
2 Republican House members have also introduced a measure that would levy sanctions on China's top health officials and keep American universities from entering into new contracts with the Chinese Health Agency. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Let me see here. A couple from the email bag. Who was it? Shaky was chiming in on Chicago, the guns in Chicago. He said apparently Mayor Lightfoot says the gun issue in Chicago is due to Indiana and other surrounding states and their lax gun laws. Okay. There you go, Lori. Find somebody to blame. No, that's not it. Hey, Steve sent me another story about the climate activists. You know, our John Kerry's, our climate czar. It's pretty interesting. From Bill and Melinda Gates to John Kerry. For years, they've been sounding the alarm. How the melting ice is going to raise the ocean. And the ocean levels are going to swallow up the beaches all around the world. Some of the country's most vocal climate change activists, though, have invested heavily in luxury oceanfront property along the beaches that they claim are going to be underwater due to the rising sea levels. They've faced charges of hypocrisy. Critics accuse them of lecturing others about making sacrifices for the environment while declining to live by that same example. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex, pillared in the media in 2019 after they flew on a private jet just days after Prince Harry wrote on social media that every choice, every footprint, every action makes a difference in protecting the environment. It's the old do as I say, not as I do sort of scenario. More recently, Kerry facing criticism for flying on a private jet to Iceland to accept an environmental award. He's one of several activists who've put millions of dollars into homes right next to the water. At the same time, he warns about rising sea levels. He did so, for example, as Secretary of State, painting sea level rise in Virginia as a sign of the larger threat posed by climate change. Back in 2014, speaking in Indonesia, he warned that Asian nations could see their countries destroyed by rising sea levels. Entire cities are going to be underwater. He even mocked people that he believed to be insufficiently concerned about rising sea levels in 2015. He said, "We have people who still deny this, members of a flat earth society that seem to believe that ocean rise is not going to be a problem." But his concerns did not prevent him from investing considerably in oceanfront property that, by his own accounts, should be underwater in a matter of decades. He spent $11.75 million in 2017 for a sprawling estate on the beach in Martha's Vineyard. 18 acres of land on which his 7-bedroom home overlooks the Vineyard Sound. Of course, Bill and Melinda, for years, passionate climate activists, they've shelled out a small fortune for luxury waterfront home. Last year, of course, right now they're in the midst of a divorce, but last year they paid $43 million for a massive house on the beach in Del Mar, California, near San Diego. $43 million home. But Bill Gates is another. He issues all these dire warnings that the beaches, like the one he's invested property in, will be wiped out by ocean levels in just a matter of years. In February, he spoke to the Miami Herald. He said, quote, "There will be places near the ocean that the sea level will rise completely, wipe out. Like Miami won't look anything like it does today. These beaches are all going to be gone." How about former President Obama? He's warned extensively about sea levels rising. These trends pose a threat to national security. Climate change and rising seas, a threat to homeland security, the safety of the American people. Well, he's also purchased some oceanfront property as well, right? They're believed to be planning to occupy at least one of the homes when construction is complete. Okay, oceanfront property, but it's all going to be underwater. I get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. And Rubber Duck, what's going on this morning?
Boy, that was fast. Let's see. We have to believe what they want us to believe, but we can't buy into what they want. I'm confused as hell about that. But anyway, the reason I called was Monday morning, about 8:30, I got a wonderful tow call off the Hammerlane shoulder of 94 going to Chicago. And it was a beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky. And I was thinking, okay, it's not too bad. And then in 6 minutes that it took me to hook up to the car, not a single car would get out of the left lane. This is the hammer lane on the interstate. It's not gridlocked. Traffic's moving 80 mile an hour going by me. I get to town. I get it unloaded. They sent me a text message. We got a car in Chicago coming back this way. Holy crap. Man, this is a home run. This is like the Orioles winning the World Series. Okay, it'll snow in July before that happens, but anyway. And I'm standing there trying to figure out where this car is because whoever took my information just totally screwed the pooch. And I can't smoke in my boss's trucks. So I was out of the projects and I was in what would we consider a suburban neighborhood. But 2 blocks from subsidized housing and that type of neighborhood. I got about halfway through my cigarette, was looking at the phone trying to figure out where the car was, and I had a gun pointed to my head. By a kid that could not have been more than 12 years old. And I'm not going to say what he said to me. We don't need to stir that fight.
Yeah, so I guess he wanted your wallet?
Well, which I would have gave him a cash app. I'll cash app you some money. I don't have any money. He took my pack of cigarettes.
Wow.
Not the phone. They're getting smart. They don't want to take your phone. They know they're tracked now. Got myself together. Went on with my job. Got back about 3:30 in the afternoon. Didn't say anything to anybody. Just did what I needed to do. Somehow or another, the boss had got a call from the police department up there about it, wanting some more information from me. He said, "You need to tell me anything about it?" I said, "It's just a normal day at the office." I said, "I came home." I said, "Now the decision I have to make is, Miss Lightfoot, she might want to think about this. Those guns that are coming from Indiana, ma'am, I have all the permits and everything I need to have. And I left that SOB home. I got a problem. I'm not going to leave it home again.
Yeah.
I'm not going to kill a 12-year-old kid, but I'm not going to lose my life. I would rather take a weapon into a place where I'm not legally allowed to bring my legal weapon to protect myself, holding $2,000-$3,000 worth of cash or credit cards, or a very valuable vehicle, and not be able to defend myself. I'm sorry. I think the next time this happens, I'm going to be in the newspaper sitting in court waiting to prove my point to a judge.
Yeah.
And it sucks. I've been out here since 1984. Towed in LA, towed in Baltimore, towed in Nashville. I thought living in the country in Indiana, that's not going to bother me too bad. My guys they don't think when they take a call. We just want to help somebody. It's 2:30, 3:30, 4:30 in the morning. Nobody will answer the phone. These people are begging us to help them. either their insurance company or whoever. This was the insurance company paid the whole job. I didn't even get to see the customer, except when she told me where to park the car. But I have to worry about the outside surroundings. And so does every other driver that delivers anywhere in any city. It's not just me. It's anybody that makes an inner city delivery. You have to keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah. I had a nice visit from my friend neighbor Dave this past day, and he's been running back and forth to Chicago, and he was talking to me about the traffic is such a nightmare, and I guess this last trip back that he just got back from this past day, he said I try to get out of there like really early in the morning, 6 a.m. kind of thing, trying to beat what they call the morning rush. He said, but it's already a traffic nightmare at that time of the morning. He said, I tried to take like an alternate route, and I ended up, where is it in that south side of Chicago? He ended up in that place where he sure as hell didn't want to be.
Chicago Heights.
He ended
Probably
up where
came down 30 in Chicago Heights.
He said everything was boarded up. He said there's nothing open, for business. And he said, man, it was scary as hell. He said, I'll never go through there again.
Well, I wouldn't say it's scary. I run 30 a lot through the Heights, especially because the Ford plant was down there. There's a railhead down there. If God wants you, he's going to take you wherever you're at. It doesn't matter if you're in Chicago, New York, L.A., or the Bahamas. We might be on the cruise.
That's true.
And he might pull our trigger and sink the boat.
Yeah.
So I can't live that way. Just get up and go to work. Respect people. And I found this a long time ago in Baltimore when I moved back at about 2:30 in the morning. And a man looked at me and said I was crazy. And I looked at him and I said, you needed help, right? You got to go to work. When God's ready, God will take you wherever you're at. And you can't control it. So don't live in the shadow and don't be scared. I mean, seriously, standing on the side of the highway when everybody's whipping by me and I'm trying to knock an axle out of a truck and I'm standing on the fog line. I got to put a lot of trust out there in a lot of people I don't know. And I just pray. And so far, knock on simulate. Oops, I woke the dogs up. Shit, she's gonna kick my butt.
Oh,
anyway.
Well,
see you
Rubber
later.
Duck, thank you much, Rubber Duck. Yep, great to hear from you. That's got to be a scary. If you turn around and got a gun pointed at your head. All right, I'll get here. Take my cigarettes. Okay. Wow. Let me see here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Who else is checking in? Let me see. Good morning, Steve. God bless all the hardworking truckers delivering for Americans out there. Bidu checking in. Morning to Steve and the overnight crew waiting on a load. Buckeye Boy checking in from Georgia, 74 degrees, 50% humidity. That's pretty comfortable. That's nice weather. Yeah, good day today running some errands, seeing the grandkids, eating some good food. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. John says, hello, Steve. Hello to all from Hawaii. Jeff says, bottom of the lake, waving the hand from Northwest Indiana. No more tow calls, please. Eskimo Mom, howdy from Kentucky, 61 degrees, mostly clear. I'm back from my staycation. Let's see. The Puddle Pirate in Philadelphia, as he calls it, Philadelphia. Good evening. Good to have you with us, Puddle Pirate. Let's see. John said, I just talked to a co-driver, and I-40 East is open. Now, West was still closed. Now, that was, I guess John sent that message about 10 before the hour. So that's the deal down in Tennessee, right, where they had that horrific accident this past day. So, again, East is open. West was still closed about 30, 40 minutes ago. All right. Anybody else here? Morning, Steve Summers. What's going on I-70 eastbound just outside of Indianapolis? Traffic stop for over an hour. Well, that was another big accident that occurred a number of hours ago. I had the email from our friend that sent that earlier. Three big trucks involved in that. I don't know if there were fatalities or whatnot, but yeah, he made it sound like this is going on every single night out of Indianapolis in the construction thing there. What a mess. Tank checking in. Happy Thursday. A warm 100 degrees here in Newberry Springs, California this morning. Headed back east to the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have another great day. All right. Thanks for all those checking in. Yeah, looking at 23 past the hour. Believe it. Would that be Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Anyways, should I say, hey, Mike? No, well, that was last night, wasn't it?
That was last night.
We got everything all screwed up last night. That's all right. Yesterday seemed to be kind of a screwed up day. So anyways, glad Rubber Duck's okay there. And I think he better be a little more cautious what he's doing, though. Maybe you ought to carry one of them extra truck axles with him and just set it out there in the lane and let them ones that want to come by too close run over that truck axle and see how that feels real quick. But, yeah, my opinion of people trying to go by you when you're trying to do things on the side of the road isn't too high. So, I don't know. When I used to haul my office trailers there and have to change tires on them, I used to leave the back corner of it setting out into the lane. People actually had to go around it or run into it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I got a bad opinion of people, Steve. I don't know if you ever noticed that about me or not, but I do want to mention that I'm not prejudiced there. I do hate everybody equally. You know, I'm an equal opportunity hater. So, anyways, but I don't know. It looked like a great meeting of the minds over there, didn't it?
Oh yeah, that was.
What happened to that What happened to that 5-hour meeting? How come it broke up in just over 2? And did you see that Biden had an issue with a CNN reporter? Did you catch that?
I saw some sort of a headline, but I don't know. What he get angry with the reporter or something?
Yeah, apparently the reporter asked him a question and he wasn't real happy with the way. Must not have liked the way it was or whatever, and kind of bit his head off a little bit. But then, being the typical Democrat that he is, he apologized for it later, said he was sorry and he shouldn't have done what he did. All that, can't stand up for himself there like our former president would have. Just don't bother me, reporters. But anyways, I don't know. Maybe while you're Googling things there, can you Google up there how many wrecker operators have been killed this year? Just let Rubber Duck know. But you go through the statistics there of wrecker operators is pretty amazing to see the amount of them that they get killed alongside the highway and that doing what he does out there. Yeah, it's a pretty scary number there once you start bringing that up and you look back over multiple years of wrecker operators that and then other you can go down through the other groups there. You look at the emergency workers, whether they're ambulance or fire, and then of course your construction workers and stuff like that are out on the highway and that. There's just absolutely no respect on the roads anymore. It's just nobody will slow down, nobody will move over. Everybody, once they get behind the wheel and close the door in their own little world, everybody else is just in their way, and they have places to go, and don't be in their way on their way to get there. But I don't know. So I guess we didn't have a whole lot. I had a couple things. Kind of a Rubber Duck kind of threw me off there listening to him a little bit. Kind of made me his position that way. But anyway, so I guess you got anything new on your end? Looks like we're going to have a pretty clear week here all the way to the weekend there. I guess we're not supposed to have any weather until possibly Saturday, and it's supposed to be pretty moderate all the way through. Not too hot, not too cold. Just kind of a decent waiting for the end of spring, beginning of the summer, and chance of some rain on Saturday, and after that it's supposed to be back up into the high 80s there for I guess partially Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I don't know if Tuesday or not. That's kind of getting far ahead for the AccuWeather gods there, because I don't know. What is it? Weathermen can be wrong, 95% of the time and still keep their jobs?
Anything more than a day or two
radio.
out, you can't put a whole lot of credence in anything more than a couple days out. That is correct. But yeah, it looks like you've got a pretty comfortable stretch coming your way over the next few days.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Even these cool nights help me out a little bit, allow me to get a little more gas on my trailer there, keep the gas temperature down so that I don't have so much volume problems of expansion. But no, that's about all we got. Not a whole lot going on. So, but I don't know. That's about it for my end. What do you got on your end? How's that swimming pool doing? Did you get a solar cover put on that?
Yeah, solar cover's on it. Water's beginning to warm up. Of course, our overnight lows are going to be kind of cool here the next few nights. When you get down in that 50s, water temperature really begins to drop. But hey, the grandkids have been out there. They were swimming this past day. I think they're going to do some swimming later today. That is the plan. All right, with that, we're up to news break time here. Rolling into the bottom of the hour. We'll break down speaking of the Northeast, your cooler weather during the next several days, where you may actually want to grab a hoodie or a jacket as we just a couple of days before the official kickoff of summertime. We'll break down some of the numbers for you. It's going to feel more like the middle of May, not the middle of June. Of course, last week you were feeling like it was the middle of July. Everything's just kind of flip-flopped around. It is 844-3388. Wide open lines here on a Thursday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A bipartisan infrastructure package received a boost on Wednesday when it was backed by 11 Republican senators. The proposal that contains about $1 trillion of infrastructure spending received the endorsement overall of a bipartisan group of 21 senators, increasing the chances that it receives enough votes to pass out of the chamber. The group says their framework pays for the plan without raising taxes. Some progressive senators have signaled they would vote against the plan, saying it doesn't go far enough on social programs and clean energy. And the House has approved a bill to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. The bill passing the House by a 415 to 14 vote, a day after passing through the Senate. It now heads to President Biden's desk. If signed, June 19th would be known as Juneteenth National Independence Day, celebrating the end of slavery in the country. President Biden is expected to sign the measure, becoming the first new federal holiday in over 40 years. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our energy factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And we'll jump back into it here. So while we had the clear lines there, took the opportunity to do a quick phone reset. So we don't have to worry about that. How about that? That's done. So we're set to go. We're ready to roll. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. And across some interior areas there in the Northeast. It's going to be downright cool, refreshing. Some of that cooler air started settling in over the last couple of days. You're actually looking at below normal temperatures, believe it or not. Pittsburgh only at 75 degrees. Let me see. A normal high would be about 80. Syracuse, several degrees below normal. Had a high of 71. Much of the Northeast felt a little more like the middle of May than the middle of June this past day. You've been riding that temperature roller coaster since the first heat wave of the season, just about a week ago. Coolest locations around the Northeast were in New England and upstate New York, where many of you didn't even get out of the 60s yesterday. Most other areas had highs in the 70s, had plenty of sunshine, so it still felt warm most of the day. Since the first day of summer is just a few days away, the sun's about as strong as it gets at any time of the year. So plenty of sunscreen this time of year. Despite the daytime warmth, humidity levels very low. This dry air will allow temperatures to fall quickly, though, when the sun goes down. Low temperatures into the 50s along the coast. Inland areas probably going to be dropping into the 40s. Some of the coldest valleys in northern Pennsylvania may even drop into the upper 30s this morning, Thursday morning. That includes locations like Bradford, PA, near the New York border. Wow, 30s. Here on the 17th day of June. That'll be kind of a shock when you step out of the truck, right? You get out of your sleeper and open the truck door. What's going on? Let's see, a repeat performance coming your way Thursday night. Slightly higher temperatures on Friday. A more significant change for Friday night and Saturday. After a brief cool down, a shift in the wind to the west and southwest Friday night and Saturday should bring in some warmer and a little more humid air there in the northeast. Some of the same areas that are in the upper 30s tonight may not even fall much below 60 by Friday night. Along with the higher temperatures and more humidity comes with a chance of showers, maybe a rumble of thunder. Summer officially begins at 11:32 Eastern Time, Sunday. All right, as a weak cold front in the eastern Great Lakes Saturday morning presses to the south and east, should be a few widely separated showers and thunderstorms east of the Appalachians. This front's probably going to fall apart. The warmth should remain in place for Father's Day. Humidity will be lower, though. In the wake of that front, Father's Day is expected to be nearly just as warm as Saturday along much of the I-95 corridor from Philadelphia to Boston. It will be a little less humid, plenty of sunshine. There will be a stronger cold front that approaches on Monday. Not only will that provide a higher chance of showers and thunderstorms, this may also help to draw some of the tropical moisture northward. Some rain is possible early next week in the eastern third of the country. Now, how much falls and where is going to be dependent on what happens with the potential tropical system that we were talking about in the first hour there in the Gulf of Mexico. Regardless of how much rain falls, much cooler and less humid air is once again expected in the wake of that front, probably by the middle of next week. So a cool off, a little bit of a warm up, then another cool off. All right, we had, I think it was Philip that brought this up. Might have been last night. Talking about tropical activity. There was a wave coming off the coast of Africa, and you don't usually see much development. I think that one did start to fall apart this past day. But we were talking about the dust, these plumes of dust that get kicked up coming off the coast of Africa and actually get way up into the atmosphere. And this sand and dust particulate matter literally can cross thousands of miles across the ocean. And apparently that's the case right now. Radiant sunsets are in the forecast for parts of Florida, thanks to a weather pattern that's underway across another continent. It is the dust being kicked up across the Sahara Desert, then carried by the trade winds, has been pouring off the coast of Africa and floating all the way across the Atlantic Ocean toward the Caribbean and Florida. The dusty air brought about by a weather pattern known as the African Easterly Jet. It's strong, low to mid-level winds in the atmosphere over Central Africa. There's a lot of thunderstorms across Central and Southwest Africa, indicating a very active East African jet, which should bring more robust tropical waves into the Atlantic over the next couple of weeks. But these features are going to bring more dust. We can't tell at this point where there's going to be, whether or not there's going to be any mega dust outbreaks like we saw last year. Just going to have to wait and watch. While the current dust plume over the Atlantic isn't nearly as massive as the record cloud that was captured on satellite last June, it was nicknamed the Godzilla dust cloud. There's going to be some enhanced sunsets in the tropics this time of year, through the rest of June into early August, because we're going to be in the height of the dust season. It's pretty much like a normal dust pattern for mid-June. It does reduce air quality in some areas. The Associated Press, citing the National Weather Service in Miami, reported that some dust could be seen in the southern Florida sky Friday or Saturday this week. Now, the dust could be troublesome for those with allergies. It could even produce some symptoms similar to COVID-19. As of this past afternoon, parts of southeastern Florida were already dealing with poor air quality. Across much of the state, air quality ranged from fair to excellent. According to NOAA, sunsets and sunrises take on more of a yellowish and reddish hue because the low angle of the sunlight passing through more of the atmosphere before it gets to your eyes. Of course, during the daylight hours, rather than the clear blue skies, the hazy skies, it's going to look more of like the sky would look more of a gray. And that dust, by the way, can actually suppress the number of showers and thunderstorms that would be necessary for tropical development in those areas. African easterly jet was very active through last year's hurricane season. And right now they anticipate it should be similar this year. All right, so there you go. Some of our weather around the world, I guess we could say. And with that, lines available at 844-3388. The big moose cannot sleep tonight.
Well, I'll tell you what, I had that hydrotherapy crap today where I had to go do the squats and jogging in place and all that crap in the swimming pool. So I got home at about 11 o'clock and I passed out, didn't get up till 6:30, and now I can't do nothing but sit here. It's been aggravating. I tell you what, I've got my sleep all screwed up. That's the worst part of it. Well, that's the second worst part of it. The absolute worst part of it is the hair's growing back on that leg that they mowed off, and I ain't never itched so bad in my life. I've been digging like a mangy dog all day.
Wow, boy.
But yeah, I just, did you see where our illustrious vice president there got on her high horse today about how America needs to get back to its moral roots?
Kamala Harris saying we need to get back to our moral roots, and I know what the hell she referring to.
Yeah. Oh, she's talking about all this business going on in Chicago and all this quote-unquote gun violence and all these hate crimes and all this stuff, and we need to get back to our moral roots, And I thought, I can't help but I don't even know why I watch this crap, because I get aggravated watching it,
Right.
And then we got old Sniffy Joe Alzheimer over there making a teetotal ass out of himself and us by proxy, with old Vlad and his little press conference afterward. Did you watch that?
I did not watch that, no.
No, you treat yourself to that. You want to talk about a bumbling idiot. And I tell you what, I feel sorry for the guy. I really do, because I swear I don't think he knows I don't even know if he knows that he's the president, to be honest with you. I mean, there's a really he's got a mental problem, a medical problem.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell it by looking at him. I don't know what kind of Adderall or what they're pumping him full of, but he'll get about 10 minutes of clarity here and there. But other than that, he's
pretty much lost,
off in la la land again. Yeah. And then I was sitting there thinking today, the Democrats as a whole have got to have some unmitigated gall. They, I don't understand how a group of people who can, counteract everything Donald Trump tried to do for this country, then turn around and blame it on him, and then, they don't have any responsibility for anything that they've done. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And I was sitting there thinking today, I had to put up with 8 years of Barack Obama. Now I'm going to have to put up with at least 4 years of this clown, probably more. But I'll be damned if I'm going to sit there and take a lesson in morality by some little giggling trollop who's been cocked more times than Chuck Connor's rifle telling me what a ass bag I am,
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I guess best thing for me to do is just turn all this dang news and crap off and just leave it on Andy Griffith show. That's about the only thing worth watching on TV anymore, you know.
Yes, sir.
But anyway, old Tater got some good news. They found out what the baby's going to be. I guess they're going to have little boys. So he was pretty excited about that. I talked to him there a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, he did send me an email about that baby boy. I meant to say congratulations. Yeah, so I hope they're happy with that.
Yeah, I've been trying to get him to name it after me, but he don't think that's such a good idea. But I don't know. I'll work on him a little more. I think that'd be good for everybody concerned. You know.
Yeah.
But anyway, I get off here and tell everybody keep it between the spotted and the solid and the sunny side up and all that jazz. And I'm gonna listen for as long as I can. Then I'm gonna check the inside of my eyelids for cracks.
Sounds like a plan. Well, good to hear from you, Big Moose. Have a good night, and always good to hear from Big Moose, isn't it? Yeah, congratulations, Tater. He sent me that message here a little after midnight. Baby news. Found out they're going to have a bouncing baby boy, and hope everything goes smoothly there. Let me see here. Speaking of hoping things go smoothly, by the way, we got wide open lines here. It's 844-844-3388. Today is the day. Our Monday morning friend, Joel Morrow, will be going under the knife. I'm not sure exactly what time later this morning, but he did post this past day. It's my last morning with my defective heart valve. I'm looking forward to getting this done. Hopefully by this time tomorrow, I'll be fully optimized. I just want to say thank you to all those folks that have been so supportive during this process. I'll update everyone ASAP post-surgery. I don't know how quick he'll be up to posting via social media and whatnot, because they're actually, they got to do the whole open him up kind of thing. He was not eligible for, they've got this modern technology. They can actually go in, I think like through the groin or whatever, go through that the main artery, and there's certain heart valves that can be replaced. His is not that case. So let's pray everything goes well with the surgery here later today for Joel. And here in a week or two, maybe he'll be back on with us on Monday mornings, and he can share the tale of how much better he's feeling. All right, Scooter sends an email going back to the violence in Chicago. Steve, like I told you a few months ago, this whole defunding, neutering, the anti-police policies that the likes of Lori Lightfoot and other radical leftists in government are putting into place, I full well believe are being done with the sole intent of expanding the federal government and control through a federal police force. They despise local police departments because they can't control them. These radicals will continue to destroy and decimate police departments with the end game of a federal police force. That's what Lori Lightfoot meant by her "it's a national issue" statement. And she said local governments cannot do it. We need the help of the federal government. Scooter, I didn't think of it that way, but you're probably on the right track there, because that has been the call from some of these far left-leaning liberal governors and mayors around the country. Got to have a federal police force. It goes back to, that's a page right out of early on in Barack Obama's first 4 years, wasn't it? His talk about the civilian police force that would be as large as... All righty then, what else we got here? Rolling toward top of the hour, we'll get a news update coming up here in about 8 minutes. And meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Looking at the story here about so many folks wanting to get back out there and take a cruise. Who was it last night asking, are we going to take a overnight drive radio cruise? You know, maybe one of these days, but I guess it was a setback yesterday for Royal Caribbean. A Royal Caribbean cruise has been delayed after 8 crew members tested positive for COVID-19. The Odyssey of the Seas ship was set to have its first trip on July the 3rd. They've announced that has now been postponed to July 31st. In a statement posted on their official Facebook page, Royal Caribbean's president and CEO, Michael Bailey, said, yeah, this was kind of a 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Bailey said all 1,400 crew members on board Odyssey of the Seas would be considered fully vaccinated on June the 18th. People getting the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines are considered fully vaccinated 2 weeks after their second shot, which essentially means they've all now had their second shots, because technically Friday's June the 18th. Yeah, the final members that got their second shot, it's been right at almost 2 weeks ago. Nonetheless, 8 of them actually coming down with COVID. Just days before the fully vaccinated date. 8 employees testing positive. 2 apparently have mild symptoms. 6 pretty much asymptomatic, he says. All 8 have been quarantined and are being closely monitored by the medical team. Now all crew members will be quarantined for 14 days to prevent further infection. He said guests were given several options to consider. He didn't say what those options were. While it's disappointing, it's the right decision for the health of our crew and our guests. Now, just last week, as we touched on, Royal Caribbean's first cruise in over a year set sail from Miami. While the ship, that was the Celebrity Millennium, was filled with fully vaccinated crew and adult guests. 2 passengers on board actually tested positive. All adult guests on that cruise were required to show proof of vaccination and also a negative COVID test within 72 hours before sailing. That sailing was from St. Martin. See, now you got the whole debate about governors, like Florida's Governor DeSantis, Texas Governor Abbott, refusing to allow companies to require passengers prove that they've been inoculated, even though the Centers for Disease Control recommends that. Let's see. Royal Caribbean has set up guidelines for passengers from other states. They announced here a few days ago, cruises departing from all U.S. ports except Florida. All guests 16 years of age or older will be required to be fully vaccinated. Starting August 1st, all guests 12 years of age and older must be fully vaccinated. Younger passengers who are not eligible yet for the vaccine will be able to sail with a negative test result, but they will have to follow certain protocols. So for Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines, with the exception of Florida, their cruises are pretty much going to be mandatory, everybody vaccinated cruises. All right, under the industry headlines from our friends at CDL Life this morning, a huge amount of a wide variety of drugs discovered inside a tractor trailer at the Texas-Mexico border this week. Steve was alluding to that last hour. The cartels essentially just taking over the southern border. Yeah, they're flooding this country with drugs. I'll see if I can pull that story back up. I had it on the screen last evening, didn't get a chance to get to it before we ran out of time for the show. It was, a gargantuan amount of cocaine that was intercepted by the Coast Guard in recent days. We're talking many tons of cocaine. Think something like $143 million street value of cocaine. I didn't realize that the cocaine was still such a prevalent used drug in this country. That was more of like back in the 80s. It was the thing, right? The in thing. Either way, back to this report, though. The drugs were found on Monday at the Far Reynosa International Bridge. According to the local report, the drugs discovered inside a shipment of floor tile. They discovered it through non-intrusive imaging. Officers seized 203 pounds of methamphetamine, over 40 pounds of heroin, almost 80 pounds of cocaine, over 5,000 assorted pills, fentanyl, oxycodone, and methamphetamine. Street value, more than $6.5 million in that particular load. That's one tractor trailer. This seizure accomplished due to the great all-around teamwork, beginning with analytical research, use of technology, and the endless commitment of the Border Security Mission to keep these drugs from continuing their trek into our communities around the country. I still wonder, for each load like this that's actually discovered crossing the border, how many loads actually are able to get through undetected? But that's a lot of drugs coming into this country. All right, again, wide open lines here. Jump on in. Love to hear from you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A bipartisan infrastructure package received a boost on Wednesday when it was backed by 11 Republican senators. The proposal that contains about $1 trillion of infrastructure spending received the endorsement overall of a bipartisan group of 21 senators, increasing the chances that it receives enough votes to pass out of the chamber. The group says their framework pays for the plan without raising taxes. Some progressive senators have signaled they would vote against the plan, saying it doesn't go far enough on social programs and clean energy. And the House has approved a bill to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. The bill passing the House by a 415 to 14 vote, a day after passing through the Senate. It now heads to President Biden's desk. If signed, June 19th would be known as Juneteenth National Independence Day, celebrating the end of slavery in the country. President Biden is expected to sign the measure, becoming the first new federal holiday in over 40 years. You're listening to USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They are comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Mention USA Radio when you give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
Now that President Biden is on his way back to the U.S. after a week-long European trip capped off by Wednesday's summit with Russian President Putin, many are evaluating what the president achieved on his first overseas excursion. Former President Donald Trump believes that nothing was achieved by the U.S. in the meeting. He tells Fox News that President Biden gave Putin a large stage, but got nothing in return.
Well, I guess the overall is we didn't get anything. We gave a very big stage to Russia,
and we got nothing. We gave up something that was unbelievably valuable. I stopped the pipeline, Nord Stream, and that pipeline was stopped, and it was given back, and nothing was gotten for it. And it was it was another day. And performance art, you'll take a look at how various people performed, namely the two people, and you have to form your own judgment.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
The Federal Reserve raised its expectations for inflation this year, and as a result, left interest rates near zero. The Fed upped its inflation expectation to 3.4% on the heels of the biggest jump in consumer prices in more than 15 years. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell said that the central bank does see inflation falling back to expected levels next year, thanks to growing confidence in the economy.
Since March, what's happened is people have grown more confident in these very strong outcomes that they'll be achieved. Very strong outcomes in the economy will be achieved. There's more grounds for confidence. We've seen growth come in higher than we expected. We've seen very strong labor demand. We've also seen inflation above target, though, and I think even though in our forecasters' case, they do see inflation coming back down over 22 and 23 into areas that are very consistent with our mandate. Nonetheless, the risk is something that can factor into people's thinking about appropriate monetary policy.
And American swimmer Katie Ledecky easily qualified for two more events at the upcoming Tokyo Games, dominating the 200-meter freestyle and 1,500-meter freestyle events Wednesday at the U.S. Olympic Trials. She swam the fastest 1,500 in the world this year, though it was about 20 seconds slower than her own world record pace. The 1,500-meter freestyle is the longest event in the Olympic swimming program, and the women's race will make its debut in the Games next month. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Back at it here. Come on, screen, turn on. There we go. Doing a double take. All right, the screen is clean. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Now we will get to some of the other industry headlines coming up. We already touched on the Senate hearing this past day. Positive news in the aspect of trucking regulations. Senate bill's a whole lot cleaner than the House version that passed about a week ago, which they described as a horrible bill. Increase in your minimum insurance requirement to bumping it up to $2 million. side underride guards on the trailers, sleep apnea testing, and on it went. All right, let's see. There are a couple other tidbits from our friends at OOIDA and Landline. Last evening on the program, we talked about in Chicago, where they had changed the threshold from 10 miles per hour over the limit to 6 miles per hour over the limit for the speed cameras around that city, which is now spewing out hundreds of thousands of citations. Yeah, they're raking in millions of dollars. The use of automated cameras to ticket drivers, that is apparently a topic of a number of state houses all around the country. There are more than 500 communities now that use red light or speed cameras to nab drivers, according to the Insurance Institute of Highway Safety. OOIDA's leadership says that the focus on the revenue-generating devices ignores the more logical and reasoned approach to roads and traffic, which would be keep traffic moving in a safe manner. As safe a manner as possible. Some of the states with activity, let's start with California. The pursuit of speed cameras in that state have been thwarted for the year. California authorizes the use of red light cameras. That tool is used in more than 30 areas around the state. Speed cameras are, however, prohibited in the state. There was a bill that called for setting up a pilot program to utilize speed enforcement cameras in Los Angeles, Oakland, San Jose, as well as the county of San Francisco. Fines would have ranged from $50 to as much as $500 for offenders found exceeding the posted speed by more than 10 miles per hour. Obviously, supporters say that would make travel safer. But the bill failed to advance out of committee by the deadline for this particular legislative session. So again, it's dead for this year. I can assure you they'll have it back up for next year. Hawaii, the legislature there has voted to approve a bill to appropriate $2 million to fund a red light camera program in Honolulu. Maryland. There's a new law in Maryland that covers the use of speed monitoring systems there. The new law authorizes 2 speed cameras to be posted on Interstate 83 in Baltimore City. One will be posted northbound, one will be posted southbound on the Jones Falls Expressway. City already has speed cameras and red light cameras on certain roadways. Apparently, warning notices for violations along the stretch of I-83 will be issued during the first 90 days. Afterwards, you'll get a $40 fine showing up in your mailbox. Revenue would be used for operation of the cameras and roadway improvements on the Jones Falls Expressway. Massachusetts, where the governor there is behind a bill to add red light cameras around that state. That's part of a larger roadway safety bill. Cities and towns would be authorized to install cameras at intersections. Before cameras can be posted, interested communities have to hold public hearings and get approval from local governing boards. Red light runners would get a $25 fine. There are 3 more bills that look to kind of limit the focus to authorization of red light cameras. Couple of others in the mix here. New York, where both state house chambers voted last week to approve a bill for the state to move forward with speed cameras in construction zones. Data from the Department of Transportation shows that over a 7-year period, there were 3,450 wrecks in work zones, 50 fatalities, more than 1,100 injuries to drivers and workers. Boy, that's a lot of construction zone accidents. Stronger enforcement of speeding in work zones has the potential to significantly reduce the incidence of motorist and worker fatalities. All right, that bill is headed to the governor's desk. Oh, I'm all but sure he'll be signing that, Cuomo. Lastly, Oregon, a bill on the governor's desk there, would make permanent the city of Portland's speed radar program there. There's 11 cities in Oregon, including Portland, where photo radar is permitted on segments of roads. Police are required to review potential violations. Tickets are issued for violations exceeding the posted speed by more than 10 miles per hour. They've sent a bill to Governor Brown to eliminate the sunset date for that program in Portland, which was sometime in 2024. So they're looking to make it permanent. Cameras forever. Also, this would extend the authorization for speed cameras to all cities in the state with a population of at least 50,000. That would affect about a dozen other locales. Ticket cameras would only be permitted in areas designated as urban high crash corridors. Okay, there you go. Some of the industry headlines from our friends at Landline and the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. I have to remember to ask Philip about this when he checks in, probably next hour. In the Sunshine State, in the state of Florida, a state that is growing, people fleeing other states like California, New York. There's a sheriff in Florida urging all those migrating from blue states into the state of Florida, don't bring your votes for anti-police and liberal leadership with you. Quote, do me a favor. Don't vote the way the majority of the people voted from where you came, or you're going to have here what you had there, guaranteed. Please don't vote like you did up north. You'll still have warm weather in the winter, but you won't have low taxes and a safe community if you do. These defund the police movements have a direct correlation to rising crime rates in areas being led by Democrats. Florida has had a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and a Republican governor for a very long time. So all you have to do is compare and contrast. You go to these areas where crime is through the roof, you look at your representatives. The good things that are happening in Florida don't just happen. If they did, the good things would be happening in places like Seattle and Portland, but they're not. When you create an environment where criminal conduct is acceptable, that's exactly what you're going to get. The Portland City Council voted 3-1 to cut $15 million from the police budget, effectively eliminating 84 officers from their force. The 37 homicides in the city this year are 6 times as many as last year at this same time. You're seeing the trend. People fleeing these blue lockdown states for the free states like Florida. They're coming here because of sunshine and opportunities. I can only hope they leave that liberal ideology at the border. Leave it where you came from. You're coming here for a reason. Please don't New York our Florida. Don't turn this great state into the state you fled from. The crime in those blue states is likely even worse than being reported. When people lose trust and they lose faith in the government or the police, they quit interacting with you. So you don't know how bad the crime rate is if people aren't calling to tell you, and people quit calling to tell you when you quit caring. Don't New York our great state of Florida. Dan Bongino several weeks ago on his podcast was pretty much saying the same thing. All you people coming down here to the beautiful state of Florida, don't bring your liberal policies with you. We don't want it here. Oh, would that be Ranger Jack? Long time no talk. How you been, Jack?
Yeah, I've been good, Steve. Glad to hear you got your pool set up.
Yes, finally.
lot of aches and pains getting it done, huh?
It was a bit of a headache, yeah, a little more than I anticipated, but hey, it's done finally.
You don't realize how much you aged until you start doing something like that, huh?
Right.
Yeah, I know. It's every year it's a little more. That accident down there on 70, I just talked to the driver. I went by that thing right. Must have been right when it happened. There were no emergency vehicles or nothing there. The backup on the westbound side hadn't started yet, where they stop and look at it, and back the traffic up. I just talked to the driver here at 1:30. He's still sitting in the traffic jam.
Wow.
Still backed up. They haven't got opened up yet. So I was wondering what that one driver sent you the pictures. What trucks? I went by it and I'm paying attention to the vehicles and stuff. And I didn't even see what did you see what trucks were involved in it? Was one of them a Swift truck?
I don't believe there was a Swift in the mix there. I'd have to go back and see if I could pull that photo up again. But there was one you could clearly see on the trailer what kind it was, what truck company it was, but I can't remember off the top of my head what that was.
Yeah, I believe I was looking at the one the first one that got rear-ended was a white tractor, and then I think it was a red and a blue tractor.
Mm-hmm.
And the one that rear-ended the last one, he opened that trailer up. The freight was a lot all over the road, and I never dreamed it'd take that long. But I guess because it was happening right where it going into the cattle chute, and I would imagine they were having a time getting wreckers and stuff in there to get it opened up.
That would make sense, yeah.
Last I heard, we were still sitting, but I never dreamed that. Like I said, his driver called me, but it was like 4.5 hours from the time he called me. I thought for sure by the time we got down there, it'd be rotting everybody off there like at the 96. But he said he just passed the 96. I think when he called me, it was about 12:30, I guess, when he called me. And he said he just went by the 96 and it was all standing still. He was sitting there to 1:30. And he said it looked like they might have started moving.
Okay. I mean, when you get that kind of a backup, I mean, once they do get to moving, it takes a long time to get things back to normal.
Yeah, well, that's it. I was thinking there's an exit 104 there. I was thinking they would have been getting them off at the 104, or at least at the 96. But he said there was no signs up or nothing to exit. And I'm thinking maybe it was just wall-to-wall trucks for 6 miles that I seen when I went by, and probably just too much traffic to get it off and get it down there to 40. You probably have it backed up down on 40 then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everything.
Congratulations on.
Yeah, everything else going all right out there. How's Lucky Penny doing these days?
I didn't. I should have sent you some pictures. I'll have to find out. What's your email address or your there? Is it Steve Sommers at Hot Shot Secret?
It's just Steve at hotshotsecret.com.
Okay, I'll try to send you some pictures of her. Here about 2 weeks ago, she parked our pickup truck on a ramp. We have to park it. We park it up on a ramp because we've been having break-ins, and we park it up on a ramp so it's under a camera. She got out the other week there on a Saturday and in a hurry. We were going to go have dinner with our son for his birthday, and she walked around the front end of the truck to push the mirror in on the passenger side because there's another vehicle parked beside us, and there was like a step. It's like a tapered step on the concrete. She tripped on it and fell head first into the concrete.
Oh.
She bent the, there was a downspout come down. She bent the downspout with her arm and she just put her face right down into the concrete. I was probably 50 yards away. And I wanted to go park it. She said, no, get the satellite ready to go there. Get Qualcomm set when I get back. And I looked, and she's coming up the road with her hand over her face looking down. I opened the door up, and she was behind the truck. I said, what are you doing? And she looked up at me, and she's just blood from one end to the other.
Oh, man.
But one of them old mountain girls, she wouldn't go to. I said, we got to take you to the hospital or emergency room. Nope, I'm not going to the emergency room. She got all cleaned up and blood cleaned up, put antibiotic salve all over herself and patched herself up. And I checked her to make sure she didn't have a concussion. Her eyes were dilating and everything. She went to bed and woke up other than for aches and pains. She's been get through it. Finally, I got her set up an appointment to go to the doctor this past Monday, and the doctor looked at her and he just shook his head. He said, well, if there's anything, she says, my arm broke. He said, well, I don't think it's broke the way you can move that wrist and arm and everything. He said, it might have been cracked, but it's too late to do anything about it now. So she's recuperating, but it's Steve at hotshotsecret.com.
That's
right?
it. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Bingo.
Okay. Now I'll send you some pictures. I did send them to, I tried to text message them to Horse Feathers, but I guess he didn't receive them. Must not have got them because I thought he'd have probably passed them on to you.
Wow.
So, but, congratulations on the new son-in-law. Hope everything goes good there.
Yes, sir. Yes. They haven't set a time or anything. I mean, it may be a year, it may be two. They're trying to make sure they want to get things worked out right. They're looking to try to get a house and whatnot before they actually tie the knot. So, but we'll let everybody know.
Well, that's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So everybody else in the family.
Doing well. Everybody doing just fine. COVID free.
That's great. That's good to hear. Well, I'll tell you what. Did you get the shots at all? Did you get the shot?
No, I've not got the shots. No.
I'm not getting it because our doctor. We were in there and he was wearing a mask and stuff. He said he had it and then he got a shot. And we said, well, we're not getting a shot. And he just shook his head. But we know people that got the shot and they've gotten like my one sister-in-law got the shot and she wound up going into hospital and a couple days later and getting a stent put in her heart. Another one had a couple other ones had strokes, mild strokes, and we know people that have gotten that shot and they wind up, having heart problems.
Well, yeah, that's.
I mean, they're saying these kids from 16 to 26 young people are having heart problems that they never had before.
Correct.
He had one, I forget who it was. Judge Janine. She said her sister got the shot and she all of a sudden heart started racing and stuff. She went to the doctor, and the doctor said fibrillation or something. She said, I never had that before. What do you mean? You just all said. So it makes you wonder about how, reliable it is to get it.
Yeah, they try to tell us it's rare occurrences, but I mean it's happened. It's happening a whole lot more with this vaccine than it does with any other vaccines that we've had historically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I, like I said, I believe we had it when we came back from the cruise, but it was right before. December they come out with it. Was it December? I think they first started talking about it. Then January, then that's when he put the ban on travel. But I heard they were saying something about they think that it might have came back into this country in August of that year of the cruise because our military was over there and they just weren't aware of it. They get because China was keeping it quiet.
Yep. You're 100% correct, Ranger Jack. I had the story before me. I was just going to touch on that because you brought up. You think you had a lot of. Yeah, we can go back into early 2020. I spoke to a number of truck drivers. Monkey Gouger was one. Yeah, a handful of drivers that said, I think I had that several months ago. The symptoms they were describing and whatnot. But it wasn't supposed to have been here yet. Or was it? A new analysis of blood samples from 24,000 Americans that were taken early last year in the largest study to date to suggest that this COVID popped up in the U.S. Before Christmas in 2019. I mean, we're going back weeks before any official cases were recognized by health officials in this country. I mean, it may very well have been spreading like wildfire with all the Christmas travelers in 2019 around the country. I'll give you more on that here. First, we got to get to our news break. And again, we have wide open lines. Very quiet on the phones this morning. It's 844-844-3388. Josh did forward an email to me this past day from another listening friend that has found us again. One of our friends out of St. Paul, Minnesota, Wayne, says, Hi, Steve. I'm an old, long-time listener and fan of your dad. Not a truck driver, but a former country radio DJ here in Minneapolis, St. Paul. I was just talking to a fellow former DJ about both you and your dad. So I Googled you both to find out what's going on. I knew your dad had passed away, but I was saddened to learn about iHeart canceling you out. I'm not surprised, but saddened. Yes, I was hoping they'd leave this historic radio program alone, but no. But glad you're still out there. I'll definitely tune in. Your dad was actually an inspiration to young broadcasters everywhere, including me. Thanks for doing what you do. That is Wayne in St. Paul, Minnesota. So there you go. He's found us again. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A bipartisan infrastructure package received a boost Wednesday when it was backed by 11 Republican senators. The proposal that contains about $1 trillion of infrastructure spending received the endorsement of a bipartisan group of 21 senators, increasing the chances that it receives enough votes to pass out of the chamber. The group says their framework pays for the plan without raising taxes. Some progressive senators have signaled they would vote against the plan, saying it doesn't go far enough on social programs and clean energy. And Texas Governor Greg Abbott says his state will allocate $250 million to build a wall on the border with Mexico. The money will be moved from the state's Department of Criminal Justice to pay for the barrier. Abbott is asking for private donations to cover the rest of the cost of the wall. He also sent a letter to the White House on Wednesday asking President Biden to return all federal lands that would have been used to build the canceled federal wall to the state. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS and you cannot afford to make payments to the IRS, you may qualify for the CNC tax program. This is a new program, and if you qualify, you won't make any payments to the IRS while in this program. Once you're accepted into this program, the IRS is forced to stop all harassing collection activities. No threatening phone calls, no wage garnishments, no bank levies, and no more monthly payments to the IRS. Get ready to write this number down. It's the most important number you'll ever need to end your IRS tax nightmare. Call Paramount Tax Relief at 800-547-4804 for a free confidential consultation to find out if you qualify for the CNC tax program. Once you are accepted into the CNC tax program, you won't make any payments to the IRS while in this program. Call Paramount Tax Relief now at 800-547-4804. That's 800-547-4804. Again, 800-547-4804. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The hustler runs the table, breaking the law shows its mettle, and a hyper hometown boy makes it happen. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. On Saturday, June 12th, Ellsworth, Wisconsin had the attention of the national pulling world all to itself for the showdown in Kurdtown at the Pierce County Fairgrounds. Though Sauk Rapids, Minnesota held the distinction in 2021, Ellsworth has long served as the traditional Region 3 opener and brought out 8 regional national divisions plus 2 Wisconsin Tractor Pullers Association state classes for the great folks of western Wisconsin and eastern Minnesota. Now to the winners. In Super Stock Tractors, Gary Hagel from Holman, Wisconsin put the Orange Crush on the light supers with his destination unknown Alice D21. Later, Norwalk's Zach Degenhardt threw another ton on his Diggin' Hard Case IH to win the heavy class. In Super Farms, Jeff Martine's Hustler IH from Stratford, Wisconsin took an early hook to victory, his second in as many tries on the young season. In Limited Pro Stocks, believe the hype, as Ellsworth's own Kevin Lindstrom dominated the class of 9 with his Hyper Harvester 1466. In trucks, Cuba City, Wisconsin's Wayne Timmerman was ready when the spotlight came on and drove Showtime to a test hook victory in two-wheel drive. Meanwhile, across the Ellsworth median, Corey Lemeron's Breaking the Law from Little Swamico edged Matt Davis's Outrage to win a 17-truck four-wheel drive class. In modifieds, Corey Kielmeyer was a chassis length ahead with Double Trouble, while Adam Revere's Iron Phoenix was the top point earner. In minis, Taylor, Wisconsin's Christopher Burnett scored a walk-off win with Little Disaster. And in WTPA classes, Al Cook's Black Thunder in Light Pro Stock and Austin Symbol's Dream Evil in 2.6 diesel claimed the trophies. NTPA regional action continues this week with the Paulding County Fair Pull in Paulding, Ohio on Friday, June 18th, and both the Maumee Valley Pullers Summer Nationals in Wauseon, Ohio, and the Rough Rider Truck Pull in Mandan, North Dakota on Saturday, June 19th. Then, pulling fans will come together where I-90 and 94 divide for 5 amazing sessions of the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin. Get tickets and info at TOMAHTractorpull.com and hit up NTPAPULL.com for a look as the schedule ramps up at Dodge City, Kansas and Rockwell, Iowa, plus plenty more regional action near you. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe
The Overnight
and pull
Drive
hard.
with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thanks for the update from the NTPA. Weekly updates here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios Secret Bunker. Yeah, back to the report earlier this week. COVID may have been here a whole lot earlier than the scientific community previously thought. It appears it was already beginning to make its way around the United States. Yeah, while China was actually still actively trying to cover up the existence there in Wuhan. Now, they say the analysis is not definitive. There are some that are still skeptical, but federal health officials are increasingly accepting a timeline in which there were some infections occurring in the United States before the world ever became aware of a dangerous new virus erupting in China. The studies are pretty consistent, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Yeah, there were probably some sporadic cases earlier than we were aware of. It was not widespread. It didn't become widespread until late in February, according to the investigators at the CDC's Respiratory Virus Immunology team. The results kind of underscore the need for countries to work together and identify newly emergency viruses as quickly and collaboratively as possible. All right, officially, the first U.S. infection to be identified was supposedly a traveler, a Washington state man who returned from Wuhan January the 15th of 2020 and sought help at a clinic on the 19th. CDC officials initially said the spark that started the outbreak arrived during a 3-week window from mid-January to early February, but research since then, including some done by the CDC, has suggested there were a number of infections that had occurred earlier. Probably infections where, realistically, doctors, hospitals, clinics, they weren't really even familiar with what to look for. There was no test available at that point to confirm a COVID. These people may have been they were doing the influenza A and the influenza B. I remember that time distinctively. The influenza B was the strain that was very rampant around the country at that point in time. Several members of the Sommers household, not myself, had the influenza B. My daughter, who was living with us still at that point in time, she had it. Little Rowan had it. I think the wife's sister was with us at that point in time. She had come down with it. They were all diagnosed with influenza B. They were pretty sick. All right, a CDC-led study published in December of last year, where they analyzed 7,000 samples from American Red Cross blood donations, suggested the virus infected some Americans as early as mid-December 2019, again, before even Christmas of that year. And think about that for a moment. They go back and they're taking blood donation samples and come to find out after the fact, hey, these people had COVID. Now I'm thinking, how many people may have been hospitalized for other reasons, whatever it might be, and needed blood? Undoubtedly, there were people being given blood that was infected with the COVID, and they had no idea. Again, they did not even have the tests and whatnot available at that time. So blood donations for quite some time we're passing COVID around. Maybe that would explain why some cases were spreading in hospital settings, and they couldn't figure out how it was getting from this person to that person. I mean, people coming down with COVID that weren't even on the floor because hospitals had typically set up one particular floor for nothing but COVID patients, nobody in here except for COVID. anyone that's going to be working those floors had to have all the super duper apparel. Just wonder if they'll ever discover potentially how many people may have been passed along the COVID with a blood donation. Points to ponder. All right, again, a very quiet morning on the phones. No big wait times here. It's 844-844-3388. What's going on with Big Sexy this morning?
Hey, Steve, can you throw me back in queue for about 5 minutes? I got to get out and take care of something.
Take care of business. Well, you got to pee? You got to run behind the car there. Okay, no, good. Take your time there. We'll get back to you. All right, a couple of other tidbits in the mix here. Somebody was apparently planning a big party. They were going to party way too hard on a cruise trip. As Customs and Border Protection seized nearly 70 pounds of cocaine discovered on a cruise ship in Florida. A large stash of the drug was found during an inspection by the security team on the ship. Customs and Border Protection officials made the seizure back on June the 6th. According to the press release, apparently the cruise ship security team found multiple garbage bags full of brick-shaped packages. They were still off the coast of Florida. 69.5 pounds of the substance located on the ship. Apparently hidden in one of the vessel's voids, they say. They don't specify which cruise line the particular ship belonged to. Officers met with the ship when it docked at Port Everglades in Florida. They did a field test on the substance, identified as cocaine, at which point it was secured by CBP officers. The port director of field operations for Port Everglades, Fort Lauderdale, said the seizure, this is indicative of the excellent collaboration that CBP has with our industry partners in detecting illegal drugs being smuggled into the country. They did go on then to conduct a thorough search of the ship. Didn't find any other illegal contraband, but even trying to sneak the drugs in via the cruise ships. And we all know they always have the drug-sniffing dogs. You ever stand out on the balcony and watch while they're all these tractor-trailer loads with the skids of the food and the drinks and everything loading up for a cruise to depart? The drug-sniffing dogs, the canines, every single pallet out there. They have to go, the dog goes around the entire pallet, and then they'll slap a sticker on it that it's been sniffed by the dogs, didn't detect anything. And they've got the drug-sniffing dogs, so when you're out there waiting in the big long lines with your luggage and whatnot, they'll be, especially when you get off the ship, when you're coming back from, especially when they take you to some of those destinations like Jamaica, where you can purchase your Jamaican and people try to bring it back into the country. They've got the drug-sniffing dogs looking to see if you're trying to sneak a couple pounds back in with you. All right, let me get back to the calls here and see who's checking in next. I believe Matt is on the line. Would that be Matt?
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
What's happening, Matt?
Just cruising along here. Checking in.
I appreciate you giving us a ring. You driving truck? You delivering papers? What are you doing out there?
Driving truck. I'm the guy from Mason. I run from Mason to Chattanooga. I called you about 3 nights ago.
4 nights ago. I got you. Yeah, you've only called in 3 times. So, yeah. So how's everything going tonight?
Good. I'll give you a little update. I'm on 40 right now. And it's open. I guess it might be closed if you're going to North Carolina. I'm not sure, but if you're taking 75 south to 640, to 40 west, it's wide open.
Okay.
And even eastbound is wide open. Yep. So, and I was looking on the map. I didn't see where they're saying it's shut down. And I was trying to get on the radio and couldn't get an answer where it was shut down at. I was listening to your previous callers, and I was thinking they were saying 40 was shut down completely, going westbound and eastbound.
At one point it was. Then we had the one caller that said, I thought he said westbound was still closed, but east, I can't remember. One direction had reopened, the other was still shut down. And I'm trying to scour back through my email, whoever sent that to me earlier, about where that was actually at, but I'm not finding it in here somewhere.
Yeah. Well, I mean, from where I'm at, it's open.
Okay.
She's wide open. I got your code the other night, so I'll order me some Hot Shot Secret products.
Good deal.
And that's about it.
Well, thank you for checking in, and get you. Let us know how those Hot Shot Secret products work out for you after you've used them for a period of time, and we'll look forward to hearing from you again. Thank you very much, Matt. There you go. Be safe. All right. What's the headline here from space.com? A Scandinavian, what they call CubeSat, is going to test how plywood withstands the space environment. Why? The world's first wooden satellite is preparing to launch this year. WISA WoodSat is a nanosatellite that measures just 4 by 4 by 4 inches and weighs about 2.2 pounds. I mean, little bitty. That's why it's a nanosatellite, I guess. Using a special type of coated plywood called WISA, W-I-S-A, for the surface panels. The wooden satellite will launch as part of a mission designed by Arctic astronauts, a Finnish company manufacturing CubeSat kits for students. The aim is to test the behavior and the durability of these plywood panels in the extreme conditions of space. Would they be suitable for future missions? It will be outfitted with 2 cameras, one of which will be attached to a metal selfie stick, allowing the mission team to observe how the satellite's plywood surface changes in the space environment. The base material for the plywood will be birch, and we're using basically just the same as you'd find in your hardware store or to make furniture. The main difference is that ordinary plywood is too humid for space uses, so we place our wood in a thermal vacuum chamber to dry it out. Then we also perform atomic layer deposition. It adds a very thin aluminum oxide layer. How can a satellite made with wood actually survive in outer space? Fascinating stuff. So, hey, thanks for the share. I'll get back up here to the calls and see a big sexy. You had time to get business taken care of there.
Yeah, Steve, you caught me just as I backed into a dock at a post office and had to download a couple of mailbags. So that's reason I asked.
I told everybody you had to take a pee.
I mean, just as I opened the door, you said, do what now?
I told everybody you had to go pee.
Well, I had to take care of that too, but main thing was the mailbag.
I got you. So what's going on tonight?
On your story a while ago, I wonder how many people we infected with blood transfusions then.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's pretty bad going to the hospital for something else and they give you COVID.
And
I don't know how a wooden satellite is going to hold up.
I guess we'll find out in time here.
I'm glad to hear Big Moose doing okay. Other than having his sleep messed up.
Yeah.
I know you said they're wide open, so I thought I'd give you a call and get on there. I tried the other night to get on, and every time I try to get on, I'd have to get off until I had something going on, and I never got in. So I just want to touch base with you.
All right. Hey, well, thanks for checking in, Big Sexy. I think you were actually holding on at the very end of the show last night, but we ran out of time. Well, there you go. All right. Yeah, finally got some calls lined up here. Let me see. You just shared this one. I had not caught this story yet. It's actually from this past day from Newsweek. A man who's accused of shooting 5 people across 2 states is said to have been targeting white victims during the attacks. 39-year-old Justin Tyron Roberts, arrested on suspicion of wounding 5 people across Alabama and Georgia, a shooting spree that lasted 20 hours. 2 of the shootings took place in uptown Columbus. The other occurred in the parking lot of a hotel in Phoenix City. During a preliminary hearing at the Recorder's Court on Monday, Columbus, Georgia police detective said the suspect sought out to harm white men. As he said, he had been targeted himself. Basically, he said, throughout his life, specifically, white males had taken from him. And also what he described as military-looking white males had taken from him. He also said that white men were shooting at him in a wooded area with a slingshot that broke his skin, although police reported the suspect had no injuries to back up the claims. Roberts was not in court for a hearing concerning one of the shootings which took place near the Oglethorpe Bridge in Columbus about 2 o'clock Saturday afternoon. Roberts is accused of shooting a man as he was getting into his vehicle. Let's see. Lockhart testified to the court that Roberts says, "I had to have him," with regards to the man he accused of firing at several times. He hit him once in the back. "I had to have him." Roberts also said to have admitted shooting a black woman and an Asian male during the assaults. Currently charged with aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, theft by receiving stolen property, a.k.a. the gun. He faces further charges for the shooting that took place in Phoenix City, Alabama, at about 8:15 Friday. Roberts could also be hit with an additional hate crime charge, right now being held without bond. So it's the black male targeting white males. What kind of uproar might we see if the races were reversed? I have to question that, but all right. Hey, we got to get a news break here, don't we? It's top of the hour. We'll get back to your calls. Thanks for dialing us up. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A bipartisan infrastructure package received a boost Wednesday when it was backed by 11 Republican senators. The proposal that contains about $1 trillion of infrastructure spending received the endorsement of a bipartisan group of 21 senators, increasing the chances that it receives enough votes to pass out of the chamber. The group says their framework pays for the plan without raising taxes. Some progressive senators have signaled they would vote against the plan, saying it doesn't go far enough on social programs and clean energy. And Texas Governor Greg Abbott says his state will allocate $250 million to build a wall on the border with Mexico. The money will be moved from the state's Department of Criminal Justice to pay for the barrier. Abbott is asking for private donations to cover the rest of the cost of the wall. He also sent a letter to the White House on Wednesday asking President Biden to return all federal lands that would have been used to build the canceled federal wall to the state. You're listening to USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They're comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Mention USA Radio when you give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
A new report shows the U.S. may have been dealing with COVID earlier than initially thought. Tim Berg reports.
A new NIH study says the coronavirus could have been in the United States as early as December 2019. The study, citing an Illinois volunteer who gave blood on January 7th of last year, and that led to a positive test result for antibodies. Based on that, researchers say Illinois could have been dealing with the virus around Christmas Eve of 2019. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the House has approved a bill to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. The bill passing the House by a 415-14 vote. The measure passed through the Senate on Tuesday and will head to the president's desk. If signed, June 19th would be known as Juneteenth National Independence Day, celebrating the end of slavery in the country. President Biden is expected to sign the measure, becoming the first new federal holiday in over 40 years. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Former President Trump will visit the southern border as law enforcement deals with more smugglers. Tim Berg has more.
Former President Donald Trump is planning to visit the Texas-Mexico border. Trump saying he accepted an invitation from Texas Governor Greg Abbott to visit the area on June 30th. This as illegal immigrant car chases with smugglers continues to rise across the entire state of Texas. In one of the most recent cases, a smuggler carrying 12 illegal immigrants crashed into the front gate of a home in McAllen, Texas. Texas State Trooper Chris Oliveris tells Fox News these sorts of occurrences are now happening every day.
Sadly, we've had incidents where there has been fatality crashes because of these smugglers, the way they drive. And unfortunately, we might start seeing that a lot more because of these increase of pursuits.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And President Biden and Russian President Putin concluded their summit Wednesday with an agreement that allows each country's ambassador to return to the nation they're posted to. In a post-summit press conference, Biden said he told Putin that his agenda would always be focused on the American people.
I told President Putin my agenda is not against Russia or anyone else. It's for the American people. Fighting COVID-19, rebuilding our economy, reestablishing relationships around the world with our allies and friends, and protecting the American people. That's my responsibility as president.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Oh boy, say it isn't so. Blade Runner just sent me their story. Apparently, Victoria's Secret, the famous lingerie company, has seen lagging sales. How do we jumpstart the lingerie industry? Yeah, boy. Blade Runner says, oh no. Victoria's Secret, once known for their beautiful models strutting down the catwalk with their angel wings and lingerie. This year, the company's going a new direction. We're going to get rid of the angels. We're going to bring in America-hating, purple-haired Megan Rapinoe. Remember her? She was the U.S. female soccer team. Again, she's got the purple hair. She's the one that knelt for the national anthem. They're going to bring in Megan Rapinoe, transgender models, and plus size, a.k.a. obese women. When the world was changing, we were slow to respond, says Martin Waters, chief executive of Victoria's Secret. We needed to stop being about what men want and be about what women want. For decades, Victoria's Secret's scantily clad supermodels epitomized the height of femininity for millions. Now the lingerie giant's not just trying to redefine itself, but also the very idea of what sexy is, according to the New York Times. I've known that we needed to change this brand for a long time. We just haven't had the control of the company to be able to do it, according to Waters. In the old days, the Victoria brand had a single lens, which was called sexy. Page 6 reports women will be hired as spokeswomen for Victoria's Secret and will be featured in marketing materials. Rapinoe will join Sudanese-Australian model Adut Akek, a freestyle skier, Eileen Gu, a Brazilian transgender model, Valentina Sampaio, plus-size model, Paloma Elzer, who will host a 10-episode podcast where each of the women will share their stories. It's a group of women inspiring change and positivity. It's another step we're taking towards transforming the brand. The entire industry thought Victoria's Secret was done. Whether this new move will translate to the Victoria's Secret stores, which traditionally stock smaller sizes and don't cater really to the curvier women, is yet to be seen. As a gay woman, I think a lot about what we think is sexy. And we're afforded the ability to do that because I don't have to wear the traditional sexy thing to be sexy. I don't think the traditional thing is sexy when it comes to my partner or people I've dated, says Rapinoe. I think functionality is probably the sexiest thing we could possibly achieve. Sometimes just being cool is sexy. We'll see where that goes. Good luck with that, Victoria's Secret. I don't want to see Rapinoe in lingerie anyway, for what it's worth. All right, back to, is that Heat Wave on the line?
Yes, it is, senor. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing all right. What's going on in your neck of the woods? How hot are you tonight?
Oh, let's see here. I just crossed into Utah from Colorado in 72.
Oh,
That's
not bad.
nice.
Not bad.
That's nice. Not bad at all. No, I don't want to see Rapino in anything. I don't even want to see a transgender in anything like that. You know what? Anytime a company is out there that caters to the main populace, a small minority has got to take it over and the rest of us. So I hope that company goes straight to hell, right down the. I hope it goes into the toilet before we do. So, anyways, when you see Lori Lightfoot, don't you just want to scream Beetlejuice 3 times?
Yes. I've seen
good.
the pictures of her right, side by side. It's just uncanny.
Very. Yeah, and, she's complaining about all these illegal guns. No, it's not the guns that are illegal. It's in the hands of those that aren't supposed to have them. That's the illegal part. And like someone said earlier, well, you're handcuffing your police department where they can't do nothing, where they've got to ask permission to do their job. It is amazing how stupid people can be in high up places. I mean, just like Joe and Kamala. I mean, Joe says, oh, we did real good at the summit. I talked to Putin and I told him where we stand. Right now I would believe Putin over Joe and Kamala because Joe can't even get a brain freeze eating ice cream, and the only thing Kamala brings to the table is a pair of knee pads. So I'm really just thoroughly disgusted with anything and everything a Democrat would do, including rhinos. They got that bill. I guess they had more people sign on to it. And of course, all the uber liberals are screaming that it doesn't do enough. Well, what the hell more do you want to have done? We need bridges rebuilt. We need roads redone. We need our communication systems redone. We need our rail system. We need our ports. What more do you want? This green new BS they're trying to push on us and shove down our throats. That's not part of infrastructure. You can't even recycle the damn things once the blades are bad. What good does that do us? The coolant in those generators. Well, what do they use to cool them generators? My understanding is they use about 400 gallons of oil to do so. Maybe I'm wrong. Gilligan could probably tell me I'm wrong again, but, I just don't. God, it is so disgusting to hear these people over here just screaming and hollering. And one thing that kind of gets me is in Chicago, where the hell are these people getting all the ammunition to blow other people away?
Yeah.
I can't find none in Albuquerque. In my part of New Mexico, I can't find any. I can't even find shotgun shells. So I'm glad I got as many as I got. But, to blame other states for her problems when a Republican president, opened the door to saying, hey, what can we do to help? Well, what more can you say about that? Have you seen anything from AIPAC, AIPAC?
I have
on
not.
Facebook?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, apparently I've signed on to that, and they seem to be Jews for jackasses. It's an Israeli page that seems to just be putting their nose right up the deepest cracks of all the Democrats up there. They're asking, what do you think of Biden and Harris? And of course, anytime I get on there, they give me a little warning saying, now be polite. And I pretty much told you what I told them. And I said, anyone who believes that these two idiots are, doing this country good, y'all are just idiots too. So I'll see if I got kicked off of that side or not. But, they act like the Republicans never did a thing for them. They're just so cozied up with the Democrats. It really isn't funny. I mean, how many people promised that they were going to put the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem? Both sides of the aisle said that they were going to do that, but no one ever did.
Until Donald Trump.
Trump said, exactly. He said, I will do it. Boom, he did. And when they wanted to spend $1.5 billion for a brand new building, he's like, no. We got this building over here. Let's get it. We can remodel it for half.
And,
just jumped up and down giving praises to Trump. But it seems like even the Israelis don't like the guy. Well, I mean, the man gave you everything you ever needed: aid, military, economic. He moved it to Jerusalem to let everybody know this is a recognized capital of Israel. What more did you want from that man?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he was gruff. He didn't sugarcoat anything. Sometimes I winced as well when he said things, but these were things that needed to be said. He told you the way it was. If you didn't like it, that was just too damn bad. And, the top 10 lies of what the list you had yesterday, Trump was right on every account. Even when he said, hey, Obama is spying on me in my own building, right before he, took reins of the White House.
It was true.
Well, it wound up, it was true. It was true. What is it about the truth that the Democrats and rhinos just really don't like? Is it because it puts them in a really bad light that they put themselves in? I'm just beyond words. I could say more words about it, but I'm pretty sure you would hit the dump button. And I don't want Colton out there learning new words.
Yeah,
from an
right.
old Air Force guy talking about politics here. But other than that, I just spent 40 minutes at a Love's truck stop here in Grand Junction. 30 minutes was to get a light for a trailer. Just a little old, curbside red light. What got me was the price was $19.42 for a little bitty old plastic light. I'm like, man, if that ain't highway robbery, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
But the fact that it took me to have to go out there to get the VIN number off the trailer and then get a DOT number off the tractor, it's like, I just want a light. What are you going to do when I come in here asking for a headlight? Are you going to have to go out there and get the VIN number off the tractor because I asked for a VIN or asked for a headlight?
Yeah.
I mean, these are some things that just absolutely boggle the mind. What should have been a quick 5-minute, 10-minute at the most wound up being 20, 25, 30 minutes.
Well, you ain't got nothing but time. You got plenty of time.
Apparently so. I mean, I could have used that 30 for a nice nap later on down the road, so I went ahead and got me a 5-hour extra strength bottle of juice, and so now I ought to be good till at least Arizona, if not Nevada. So I'm doing pretty good. Hey, let me ask you something real quick. How much does one of them sound bars cost, as far as when you have the explosion or the violins or the womp 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 sound? How much does one of those things cost?
I really don't know. I mean, this little device, this board that I have, you can download different sounds to it and whatnot. But I mean, I think this thing cost like $600 maybe.
Damn. Oh well. Maybe I ought to just go ahead and have my phone set up to where when I hear crickets in the background, whenever I get done with the joke, I can just go ahead and punch crickets, and then we'll hear the chirping of the crickets. So other than that, I guess I got really nothing more to say. Just I done vented all I needed to do. Anytime I listen to the news, it just really pees me off to no end. And God, I tell you what, I hope we have an outstanding red wave come in next year in the midterms so we can undo a lot of what that idiot in the office has done. And have you heard anything more from Georgia or Arizona lately about the ballots? Is everything secured, everything figured out?
Tonight, all we've got is really, Wisconsin is now looking at maybe doing an audit, and Michigan passed several bills that I don't think there's a chance in hell Whitmer's going to sign it, but to require voter ID in the state of Michigan. Apparently, the people in Michigan, it's very popular, just like on a national level. Overwhelming majority of people say you need to have an ID to vote. But of course, Democrats don't like that.
No. Well, Ed was talking about the absentee ballots where you needed to get in front of a notary public, sign it, seal it, and then seal it again and have it signed by them saying, yes, I witnessed this. In New Mexico, they don't do that. It would be nice if they did. But no, my wife and I, we both got absentee ballots, whether we asked for them or not.
Mm-hmm.
And the previous owners of the house got the absentee ballots as well. I could have just, I could have
filled them all
added
out.
a different
Sure.
name to all
Absolutely.
4 different ones and sent them in. And they wouldn't have been any the wiser. So, the early voting, 2 weeks, I think, is more than enough time to get people in. The day of the voting, we used to do that all the time way back when, before we decided to do early voting. Absentee ballots were always there, including sending it to the servicemen and women and U.S. workers overseas. So, I would say to go back to the old way of paper ballots. It may be time consuming, but you may not know until a week later who the president elect is or who the whatever. But at least then, we're not going to be subject, I don't think, to computer fraud, which I'm sure is what they're going to be finding in all these states that Trump was winning and then all of a sudden he loses. And it's not like the Democrats haven't bitched and complained about it when their candidates lose. So, Hillary's still screaming and hollering she got robbed. No, she just got outvoted by a bunch of people that said enough is enough, and Donald was the man, and he's still the man. So if he does run, Lord knows he's going to be pretty close to 80. I sure hope he has the vim and vigor then of what he has now. So, anyway, with that, I'm going to let you.
Enjoy your cool, quiet night out there. What is he, crossing over into Colorado? Hey, heads up, the Memphis Police Department asking for your help in locating suspects who stole dozens of firearms from a trailer at a business location. Memphis police responded to a report of a cargo theft about 6 o'clock. I guess that would have been Tuesday morning at the Bass Pro Shop on Macon Road in Memphis. Using the store's surveillance footage, police were able to determine that 3 vehicles were used to steal a total of 46 firearms from a semi at the store. 23 long guns, 2 assault rifles, 2 hunting rifles, and 19 semi-auto shotguns. They were not able to get a physical description of any of the suspects. However, they were able to identify the suspect vehicles. First, a 2013 silver Kia Sorento. Secondly, an unknown light brown or gold sedan. Third was a silver Infiniti G35. Couldn't tell what the year model was, but they did share surveillance video of the vehicles. Anyone with information is asked to call Crime Stoppers. There's a $1,000 award available if a tip might lead to an arrest. 528 cash. FBI, ATF, all involved in the investigation there. But that's, well, a lot of guns that could be out on the streets in the hands of bad individuals in Memphis, Tennessee. What's happening, Fly Rod? Good morning.
Greetings and salutations, Steve. How are you this morning?
Doing well. How's your week going? We're getting close to the weekend, aren't we?
We are. It's coming upon us really quick. I tried, I think, 4 times yesterday to call through, and I was so disappointed, especially when you had that big goose on. I wanted to take a bite out of him so bad, and I couldn't get on the line there with him, and I was just so disappointed. But anyway, anytime those 4 Powder Puff girls get on there, like, of course, Gilligan now, he's in the fray, and Big Goose and Pony Feathers, I just can't wait to jump in the fray and tackle these clowns head on the phone or in the ring. It's coming. But, Steve, I'm just so happy to talk to you this morning. Steve, look, we are 3 weeks away from making history. And the day of infamy is coming, and me and Heatwave were just so excited to finally meet these 4 clowns in the ring and make history. And we're bringing so many fans with us up there to Cincinnati, and I want to give a special shout-out and a thank you to Jolly Green Giant and, of course, his companion, not Big Sexy, the other one, I'm sorry, I'm having a gray hair fart moment. Anyway, we're just excited, Steve. We've got we're in discussion now, possibly even having a book signing, having a book deal, because these cookbooks, this wrestling match is riding on the heels of this successful cookbook that's now sold. Oh, I can't tell you the numbers of how many we've sold so far. It's amazing. But now this wrestling match is riding on the success of that cookbook, Cooking with Cicadas. You can still get it for $19.95 plus $3 shipping and handling. I had to get that in there, Steve. That's just how successful this cookbook has been, and this wrestling match is going to be a testimony to that. So we're just so excited. But anyway, on a more serious note, I want to tell you, when Big Moose called in yesterday, he was talking about how our current society, our current culture has really lost how there's fewer men in today's culture, especially with the millennials, than what there used to be back in our generation and his generation. And I agree with them 100%. It's embarrassing how our current society is kneeling to all these liberals and the liberal agenda. Really embarrassing.
Not nearly as many that would be willing to get up and fight and die for the country as the previous generation would and did.
Absolutely, I agree. Well, that's all I wanted to chime in about, Steve. I'll try to call in on your loneliest hour and catch up again on a few other things.
All right. Well, good to hear from you there, Fly Rod. By the way, all of our cicadas are pretty much dead. They're done. Toast.
Remember, we can still use those shells for coffee.
Okay.
Those shells blend in really.
There you're good. Tastes like almonds. All right, news break time. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A bipartisan infrastructure package received a boost on Wednesday when it was backed by 11 Republican senators. The proposal that contains about $1 trillion of infrastructure spending received the endorsement overall of a bipartisan group of 21 senators, increasing the chances that it receives enough votes to pass out of the chamber. The group says their framework pays for the plan without raising taxes. Some progressive senators have signaled they would vote against the plan, saying it doesn't go far enough on social programs and clean energy. And the House has approved a bill to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. The bill passing the House by a 415 to 14 vote, a day after passing through the Senate. It now heads to President Biden's desk. If signed, June 19th would be known as Juneteenth National Independence Day, celebrating the end of slavery in the country. President Biden is expected to sign the measure, becoming the first new federal holiday in over 40 years. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdoc.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I think I may have asked the question once or twice over the years. Yeah, because there comes that time of year. What's the deadliest critter here in the USA? And obviously you start thinking, what kills more people? Is it like the black widow spider, the brown recluse, rattlesnakes, alligators, on and on you go. And the answer is always deer. Yeah, here's another example. A motorcycle is dead after striking a deer, then sliding into the path of an oncoming semi early Tuesday morning. About 2:45 in the morning, according to News Channel 11, the motorcyclist was traveling east on Highway 95, struck a deer. Impact caused the motorcycle to obviously overturn, slide, but it threw the rider into the westbound lane in front of a pickup truck that was hauling a trailer. The pickup driver swerved, but the trailer still impacted the cyclist. Then a semi-truck also struck the rider, who did not survive the accident. Got to be careful out there on the two wheels, and wow. And back to the phones we go. Next up, let's head on down to Florida. Hey, I saw something interesting this past day, Philip. Someone sent me the link. I guess China, a little after like 9 o'clock last evening, launched their 3 astronauts to their space station. We are in a full-fledged space race, aren't we?
Absolutely. Yeah, the Chinese, they're getting up there, and it's going to be a carbon copy of what we got sitting up there, from what I understand, the way it's made. Yesterday, Steve, right after I got off with you, you had talked about the gun deal at Disney.
Yeah.
Yesterday. Well, I can't divulge our security and how we handle things and all that kind of stuff as far as security goes. But as far as the lady at Epcot, you mentioned her they found her with a firearm, and she had some pot on her and some other stuff going on. That was a DA moment there. And then you mentioned one about the Polynesian. They found an individual with an AR-15 at the Polynesian.
Yep.
That situation, well, I'm going to tell you what the company, how we kind of handle things a little bit. I can't go into details, but
Orange County Orange County Sheriff's Department is our law enforcement governing body as far as Disney goes. So our security works with Orange County. When we have a situation like that, Orange County helps us out to figure out how we're going to handle that situation. So the individual with the AR-15 was escorted off. I don't know where you guys got that article from or where it came from, but that individual was asked to leave. Now that article also made a comment that stuff was stored or safed.
Yeah, that they put his weapons in a safe or something. That's what it said. Put in a safe, and he was allowed to stay.
Yeah, well, that didn't happen. I don't know who put that story in there, but that didn't happen.
Okay.
I will let you know this much. If you come onto our property, and it says it directly on, they have signs all over the property. They even have it in the campground right up before you pull into the campground that says, you know, you're going on private property right now. You are subject to search. So at any time when you come to our facility, you are subject to search at any time. But it has to be probable cause, and it has to be conducted with the Orange County Sheriff's Department when a search goes, especially for firearms. Now, about safing guns and putting guns in safes. Now, Steve, your son, he's in law enforcement. Is your son still in law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there are certain law enforcement entities that require individuals to carry firearms at all times. You know about that, Steve?
I think it seems I've heard about that. I believe, like he says he's pretty much allowed to carry anywhere he wants, the way I understand it.
Yes. Now, in situations like that, the weaponry could be safed. I can't tell you what they do down there because of security reasons, but it could be safed, but it's not safe with us. And like I said, Orange County handles it with us.
Gotcha.
Because there are law enforcement and now our general security, we have general security, but we also have Orange County Sheriff's Department who handles our law enforcement side. We contract them, we pay them to help us. That because Disney is a city in itself, we are no different than Orlando or any of the other. Lake Buena Vista is our city basically, but you know, we have our own trash collection, our own paramedics, all that stuff. That the paramedics and the trash and all that's under Reedy Creek Development. But that's how we handle it. I mean, I can't go into logistics on how things are handled, but that's pretty much it in a nutshell. If they deem that you need to leave the property, you can leave the property. And I can tell you this much, Steve, you've seen the individual, what was it, a few months ago, that said he paid X amount of thousands of dollars at Disney Springs and he wouldn't adhere to a simple deal, and he was escorted off. Remember that story, Steve?
Yeah, was it he wouldn't wear a mask or something, I think?
Yes, and he was escorted off. Orange County handled that situation with us. You know what I mean? I mean, that's how it works. And you are subject to search anytime you're in the park. Now, me per se, if I bring a weapon in my vehicle, I'm terminated. I mean, that's just the company rules. I mean, there's a lot of companies that have that rules. If they catch you with it in the parking lot in your vehicle, they can terminate you. It just depends on how the company has it set up in their employee rules. But if I wouldn't want to bring your pocket knife to Disney World, and I've seen a lot of people do that, and they walk up and they're like, oh, the guy's like, hey, you know, they confiscate it, and they let guests come in, you know, I mean, over a pocket knife. But common sense tells you don't bring a pocket knife in that place because you don't need, what do you need a pocket knife in there for? You know what I mean? Right. If you need to cut something, you get with them, they can help you, you know, do whatever they need to cut, whatever you need. But that's just the way it is there. Now, about the rockets, we got a launch today, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
At 12:09. Yeah, 12:09. We got a SpaceX that's going to take one of the Space Force GPS satellites up. That's at 12:09 today. But China, they're right on top of it. And by the way, heat wave, you were talking about the temperature earlier. It's 74 degrees right now where I'm at. So we're about as hot as you guys are out there. So, and we've had rain off and on here lately. But that's pretty much all I got to say today, Steve. And I just heard the story yesterday, and you know, some of those stories, that some of it, you know, is the truth, some of it isn't. And you know, I just wanted to tell you about that, because I remember that one with the assault rifle, and that I will tell you this much: the individual went to the car to get his suitcases out, and that's how everything was found out about that AR-15. So, you know, that's when you step out of a vehicle at any big place like Walt Disney World or anywhere, just realize that you're being watched 24/7.
Everything's on camera these days. You're right. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you forget that, but anywhere you are, somebody watching you. Yeah, you think you're all by yourself, start digging for a winner there, picking your nose or something. Somebody saw that. All right, yeah, the space race. It's real. You know, the race is on to get back to the moon. Ultimately, to mine the moon. And top contenders is USA versus China right now. China's new space station is about to get its first human visitors. Launched this past evening. It was like 9:22 Eastern time this past evening. China's first crewed space flight in nearly 5 years. 3 astronauts now headed for their space station called Harmony of the Heavens. That's the core module of the new space station. If all goes as planned, the trio will spend the next 3 months aboard the 54-foot-long space station, performing a variety of tests, maintenance activities. According to the statement, we're honored to take the lead in a series of manned missions for the space station construction. We have many expectations. We will not only make the core module a space home, but also carry out a series of key technology verifications. There will be more arduous tasks and more challenges. All right, they go into the 3 astronauts who are on their way as we speak. This launches, the third of 11 that will be required to build the new space station. They expect that to be completed by the end of next year. First construction liftoff was back on April 28th, sending the space station into low Earth orbit. The second was May the 29th. That was the robotic cargo craft that had more than 6.5 tons of supplies, and that is still attached to that core module. Remember that the initial launch, the controversy that ensued because the huge core stage of the rocket reached orbit and then came burning out of control back through the atmosphere 10 days later. Luckily, it did come down over the waters in the ocean. All right, who's next up here? Let's get back to the calls, and looks like I'm not sure what the handle would be. Is it Gilligan?
Yeah, it's Gilligan again.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Gilligan. But hey, anyway, I got news for you. I'm not going to fall for your little trick about saying oil was coolant on them generators. I'm sure that, coolant does have some oils in it. I'm not sure the chemical makeup of antifreeze, but I'm sure there's oil in it. One thing I want to touch on from last night, y'all was talking about the draft. Now, I've got a little funny story on that. 1985, I don't know whether it was August or September, I called home. Mom told me that I'd got a letter from Selective Service. She said she called the number and said that, no, he hasn't signed up for Selective Service. He's actually right now in basic training in Fort Dix, New Jersey. So, even state paperwork snafu's messed up back then. What do you think?
Okay.
Yeah. The GMA Enterprises needs to expose something. Our expert detective team has found the Cicada Cookbook to be an absolute fraud. These two clowns, Dink and Doink, have been trying to sell this thing. Well, we've been in contact with the publisher, and the publisher does nothing about this Cicada Cookbook. If anybody could present a copy of this Cicada Cookbook to debunk our research, we would greatly appreciate it. Yeah, but anyway, now, these two, I think your dad said it best years ago. They kind of remind me of a fertilizer salesman with a mouthful of samples. What do you think?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's about all I got for tonight. Y'all keep the shiny side up. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Gilligan. There you go. The reason I knew it was Gilligan because it says Chili Kit. Chili Kit. Hey, boy. Apparently, a story out of Mexico. An armed group stole an estimated 7 million rounds of ammunition being transported through central Mexico last week. The manufacturer says that most of the ammo was small caliber bullets that probably would be useless to the cartels. But the gunman robbed the trucks carrying the ammunition, which was bound for the United States, intercepting the route in the municipality of San Luis de la Paz. According to the reports, the drivers and security personnel were not harmed during the robbery. The trucks were later found with the trailers emptied. Representative from the company said in a statement that almost all the bullets stolen, about 98%, were .22 caliber, mostly used for target practice and hunting small game. Those bullets don't match the type of guns members of the drug cartels typically use. They tend to be the high-caliber rifles, the AKs, the ARs, 9mm firearms. But, that's 7 million rounds of .22 caliber. Is .22 caliber been hard to come by here in the U.S. as well? I mean, I understand it sounds like almost every type of ammo is almost impossible to come by. All right, we got about 5 before the hour. Let's get back to the calls here. And I believe we've got the Jolly Green Giant. Morning.
I just want to address that concerning the cookbook there for Gilligan. When you're on a secluded island, lost in the Pacific, you're not going to be able to find that cookbook, first of all. Number two, you were earlier, your first hour, you were talking about other galaxies, and I sincerely doubt in our lifetime that we're ever going to have any spaceships that go out of our galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
And if any other drivers are as familiar with Star Trek like I am, Star Trek, in various Star Trek DS9 talks about a stable wormhole. And I know that that transporting from one part of the galaxy to another through a stable wormhole or a black hole is possibilities. But I really, truly don't believe, if you look at it from a engine standpoint, I don't think we're ever going to have an engine that will be able to go to another galaxy probably in our lifetime. I don't think it will happen.
Yep, I don't either.
And The other thing you were talking about, last night, you were talking about the Capitol and the 3 militia groups that were suspected in breaking in. I'm beginning to wonder. I agree with you. I think that they were trying to discredit our president, Trump. I do definitely agree with you on that. But what would the 3 militia groups have to gain by that? First of all, the Democratic Party is anti-guns. So they wouldn't have anything to benefit from helping the Democratic Party at all. So I'm having a hard time believing that story, but that's just my opinion. Also China, I definitely believe that they need to pay damages to all the people that have died from the coronavirus. We all agree with that. They should be held accountable, beyond a shadow of a doubt. And as far as I'm concerned, I think we need to boycott China until they do that. So the automakers need to find their circuit board somewhere else because as far as I'm concerned, I personally do not want to buy any Chinese products. I'm sorry, Fly Rod, but your head said it made in China, brother. I don't know, man. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's not in China. That's Taiwan. I apologize, Fly Rod. I just remembered. But that's really all I got to say. But I'm sorry about Gilligan's Luck. But, you know, when he's on that lost island, I don't think he's ever going to be able to find that cookbook. So I don't know what to tell him. Him and Sex Maniac are definitely lost in space. Come on. Either way, have a good night, Steve. We'll talk to you later, bro.
If we're going to get anywhere else, you know, going to have to develop a Stargate. Remember that movie, Stargate? They actually had the television series. I don't know. We've seen more than one science fiction Hollywood scenario become reality in our lifetimes. I don't know. Could it happen? All right, 2 Wisconsin state lawmakers said Wisconsin needs to be the next state to authorize an audit of the election, similar to what's going on in Maricopa County, Arizona. They actually traveled out there to observe what's taking place there. State Representative Janelle Brangen and let's see, I had another. Said that a review of the election is needed due to the significant amount of private funding that was used in several major cities in Wisconsin. A lawmaker said she's not sure if the Wisconsin Legislative Audit Bureau has that authority, though. Listen, we need to restore integrity as we have huge numbers of individuals that have questions about a process that has become highly politicized. Joe Biden was certified as winner in Wisconsin of Wisconsin's 11 electoral votes by a slim margin in 2020. Representative Dave Murphy tells a local news website he believes Wisconsin should conduct a similar audit, while asserting that mainstream media outlets have distorted the audit. Over the past several weeks, auditors have been reviewing 2.1 million ballots there in Maricopa County, which has drawn the scrutiny from not only media outlets, but even the Department of Justice. We talked about that last evening. I think the press is trying to spin it in a different direction. It feels like they're always trying to spin it to the most devious way that they possibly can. In an interview with the Journal Sentinel, he said that he had to gain the approval of the Assembly Speaker before he could go to Arizona last week. The lawmaker added he met with the CEO of Cyber Ninjas, which is leading that audit there. He said, this is a very buttoned-down operation. The precision, the security that I saw there was just unbelievable. So it makes it sound like they're doing it right in Arizona. And with that final hour just ahead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A bipartisan infrastructure package received a boost on Wednesday when it was backed by 11 Republican senators. The proposal that contains about $1 trillion of infrastructure spending received the endorsement overall of a bipartisan group of 21 senators, increasing the chances that it receives enough votes to pass out of the chamber. The group says their framework pays for the plan without raising taxes. Some progressive senators have signaled they would vote against the plan, saying it doesn't go far enough on social programs and clean energy. And the House has approved a bill to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. The bill passing the House by a 415 to 14 vote, a day after passing through the Senate. It now heads to President Biden's desk. If signed, June 19th would be known as Juneteenth National Independence Day, celebrating the end of slavery in the country. President Biden is expected to sign the measure, becoming the first new federal holiday in over 40 years. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Now that President Biden is on his way back to the U.S. after a week-long European trip capped off by Wednesday's summit with Russian President Putin, many are evaluating what the president achieved on his first overseas excursion. Former President Donald Trump believes that nothing was achieved by the U.S. in the meeting. He tells Fox News that President Biden gave Putin a large stage, but got nothing in return.
Well, I guess the overall is we didn't get anything. We gave a very big stage to Russia, and we got nothing. We gave up something that was unbelievably valuable. I stopped the pipeline, Nord Stream, and that pipeline was stopped, and it was given back, and nothing was gotten for it. And it was it was another day. And performance art, you'll take a look at how various people performed, namely the two people, and, you have to form your own judgment.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Federal Reserve raised its expectations for inflation this year, and as a result, left interest rates near zero. The Fed upped its inflation expectation to 3.4% on the heels of the biggest jump in consumer prices in more than 15 years. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell said that the central bank does see inflation falling back to expected levels next year, thanks to growing confidence in the economy.
Since March, what's happened is people have grown more confident in these very strong outcomes that they'll be achieved. Very strong outcomes in the economy will be achieved. There's more grounds for confidence. We've seen growth come in higher than we expected. We've seen very strong labor demand. We've also seen inflation above target, though, and I think even though in our forecasters' case, they do see inflation coming back down over 22 and 23 into areas that are very consistent with our mandate. Nonetheless, the risk is something that can factor into people's thinking about appropriate monetary policy.
And American swimmer Katie Ledecky easily qualified for two more events at the upcoming Tokyo Games, dominating the 200-meter freestyle and 1,500-meter freestyle events Wednesday at the U.S. Olympic Trials. She swam the fastest 1,500 in the world this year, though it was about 20 seconds slower than her own world record pace. The 1,500-meter freestyle is the longest event in the Olympic swimming program, and the women's race will make its debut in the Games next month. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
And we get our final hour underway here on a Thursday. So we touched on Wisconsin, where they're also bantering around possible audit of the election there. Michigan, where the Senate is actually Republican-led. This past day, they actually passed several bills that, if signed into law, that's a big if, would implement more voter identification requirements for in-person voters and absentee voters, which would add Michigan to a growing list of states pursuing more stringent election measures. All Senate Republicans voted in favor of the 3 bills, while every Democrat, of course, opposed them. Current law in the state stipulates Michigan residents who do not have photo identification when they vote in person can still cast their ballot if they sign an affidavit at their designated polling location. More than 11,000 individuals cast ballots that way last November 3rd. Why do these 11,000 individuals not have any sort of identification? With one bill that passed the Senate, 19-16, that process would be barred. Voters who don't have identification would have to cast a provisional ballot and confirm their identity up to 6 days after casting their vote. Senate also voted 19-16 to pass a bill that would mandate applicants who seek absentee ballots provide their driver's license number, their official state identification number if they don't have a license, or the last 4 digits of their Social Security number. Applicants could attach or present a copy of their identification to their applications. Last I checked, everybody has a Social Security number, right? Another bill that was approved by the Senate, again, 19-16, stipulates voters who receive a provisional ballot have to be notified of the 6-day requirement to verify their identity. Obviously, Governor Whitmer, big-time lefty Democrat, going to veto the 3 bills. Previously, she's expressed opposition to Republican-backed bills targeting the voting laws. She has already pledged to veto them. However, Republicans can circumvent Whitmer's executive authority and start a petition to create a ballot initiative for those 3 voting bills. They'd need more than 340,000 voters to sign it. We contacted the governor's office for comment. Democrats, as they have in other states, characterize these bills as attempts to suppress voter turnout. That's the standing Democrat mantra. The most fundamental right we have is to vote. It should be easy. Well, yes, Democrats, it should be easy, and it is pretty damn easy, but it should also be on the up and up. It should be legitimate. That's the key. Back to the phones we go. Would this be the Jester, I believe? Or is it Lester?
Hello, Steve. Jester.
Jester, okay.
Is right.
You got it right. All right.
Yeah.
Well, before I get to my topic, our company, back to your original conversation a couple days ago about the dash cameras, our company actually had us take them out. They said it was their legal department thought our own personal dash cameras that it was more of a liability issue than it helped them as a company.
Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of a backwards kind of thing. So we were kind of upset about that. But the main reason I called, I was listening to Philip talk, was about about Disney and the guns. I was just going to share my personal experience about carrying a gun on the Disney property. Last October, we had a vacation down there. We went down to see the mouse, and I knew you couldn't carry one in the parks. Like Magic Kingdom and Hollywood Studios and all that stuff. But when we got there, I carried it into Disney Springs, which is their like shopping area.
Right.
And I got in there. I bet you I wasn't 100 yards in there, and I met a lady, real nice lady, and 5 Orange County deputies stopped me and asked me if I was a concealed carry holder. And I said yes. And she goes, well, are you carrying now? And I said, well, yes. And long story short, they asked them to validate my concealed carry, and it was valid. And they just made me take it back to the car and lock it up in the car. Well, when we got back to our hotel room, we were locked out of our hotel room, and we had to go back down to the main desk anyway. They had me lock it up in their safe down there in the lobby of the hotel. And she said anytime I wanted to take it out to leave the park, I just had to come down and check it out, and then I had to check it back in every time I came back into the park. But if I left Disney property, I could check it out and then check it back in. And they were actually really nice about it.
Okay.
So just I just figured I'd give my own personal experience about getting caught with a gun at Disney. And but I don't know how. Yeah, it's I'm not sure how they found out.
That was gonna be my next question. Yeah. So you come through, and obviously they had to have some metal detectors or some sort of I don't know if they have the X-ray scan or something. So obviously they knew you had it on you.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get 100 yards into the place, and they were really nice about it. And the deputies, they kind of laughed it off, and they said, if you're legal, you're legal. And says we accept most states concealed carry, and I have a Florida anyway. I'm from Illinois, and I have a Florida one, so I can carry in Florida. But they were real nice about it, and just made me take it back to my car, lock it up in the car, and I wish they would have told me I had to put it in the safe in the hotel, because we got all the way back to our room. We were locked out of our room, and told us that, I have to lock it in the safe in the lobby. But I could take it out if I was leaving the park to go into the city, and I'd had to bring it back.
Sure.
But they were doing, the only way I knew it was, last year they were doing the temperature checks as you were coming in. They must have something that could tell. but yeah, there was no metal detectors we walked through or anything. They just knew. But they were nice about it.
Well, thank you for sharing. Interesting story. That's pretty cool. Thanks for checking in. Jester, have a great morning. Be safe. You got it. Let me see. Speaking of Florida, I think we've got Richard from Florida. Just a general listener. Richard, hey there.
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Nice to chat with you again.
Yes.
This is my second call, and I've been listening to you. I listened to your father on satellite radio, and I can remember when he was no longer on there, and somehow I found you on that Cincinnati station, and now I've tracked you down over here. I get to you through YouTube.
Yes.
And enjoy listening to you immensely. And I just wanted to call and say hello again and wish you the best. You're talking about Disney. We live in a retirement community. It's a golf club. We're midway between Orlando and Tampa, but we don't go to Orlando very often because the traffic is just horrendous.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then my financial guy is in Tampa, and we actually it's a son of one of our housekeepers drives us over. We don't even have to drive anymore. He comes over and we take our car and he drives us over there. But that is a problem both in Tampa and in Orlando. But it's a very nice community, and we had lived in New Jersey prior to coming here, and the difference in congestion is amazing. I do have my older daughter is in Long Island, New York, in a very lovely area, and we used to spend August with her just to get away from the heat. But I know the last time, well, we didn't go last August because you couldn't travel. But I told her the previous August, I said, you have a lovely community. We enjoy being with the grandchildren and everything. But, I could never live here again. After living in Florida, I could never live in that Northeast area.
Yeah, yeah.
And our younger daughter lives in suburban San Francisco. And it's getting to be about the same way, although it isn't quite as bad. But I guess my major concern is immigration and just how it is so out of control. And I wonder, what are we going to do with 2 million more people with the 11 million illegals that we already have here? And on a one-to-one basis, I'm sure the majority of the people are good people, good morals and so forth. In the area where I live here, we run into Hispanic people, and those that I know, and some that go to our church are very lovely people. But when you look at the problem we're having, particularly at the low end of the economic scale, our citizens are being hurt by the illegals coming in and taking jobs and keeping the average wage structure lower, which really impacts the people. And I see nothing being done about it.
Right.
And then
right.
I see our leader who refuses to have cameras when he's meeting with the Putin. Also, in addition to not allowing anything done on a live basis, they were going to tape it, which then allows them the ability to edit what's in that tape before the general population sees it. They would not stand together for a press conference as our previous president had done. And it just seems like, and then you hear, I think he's a senator now. I don't remember exactly where he's from, but he has said that, and he's on the Foreign Relations Committee or something, and he said everything that Biden did and Obama when they were leading the country, every foreign decision that was made was wrong, and we're paying the price for it now. And here's this guy leading our country. I'm not concerned for me. I'm 78 years old, so I'm not going to be around much longer, but I've got children and grandchildren.
Yes.
So, but I do enjoy your show. Obviously I can tell you and I have similar political beliefs, and I'm happy for that. I think you're a good family man.
Well, I appreciate you tuning in. I'm glad you were able to find us once again. Yeah, the big concern though is, I'm like you. Yeah, I'm getting up in my 50s now. I mean, I'll be around a little bit longer, I hope. But the real concern, the grandkids, the kids. I mean, got a 1-year-old granddaughter now, and what kind of world is she going to have to grow up in? Legitimate reason for concern, no doubt about it. Okay, boy, I remember when we were talking crypto a few weeks back. A lot of crypto talk with the Dogecoin and all that. I haven't even checked numbers on where prices have gone recently. I know the volatility thing, up and down, up and down. Bitcoin it's back around, hovering right around 39,000, 40,000 on any given day. Just pulled up the Dogecoin is still hovering right there at about 31 cents, moving up and down 30. Hasn't changed a lot in the last few weeks. When Inbred Redneck, though, when he cashed out, like he said, he cashed out half of his Dogecoin and transferred it over to what's it called? Stablecoin. Stablecoin. It's supposed to be kind of matched to the U.S. dollar. A stablecoin may fluctuate just slightly, but always holds right in that zone. Regulators are worried about hidden risks to investors and even financial systems stemming from this fast-growing corner of the crypto market that is meant to be immune from volatility. Stable coins, that's the focus. The form of cryptocurrency that has a fixed price, typically $1, and is backed by real money reserves. At least it's supposed to be. At the end of May, the total market capitalization of stable coins, which include ones offered by the crypto firms Tether and Center, they broke the 100 billion mark. But in recent weeks, lawmakers and officials from the Federal Reserve and the administration have expressed alarm, both in public and private, that some consumers won't actually be protected should one of these firms not have the backing that they say they have. They also say the growing size of stablecoins has created a situation where huge amounts of U.S. dollar equivalent coins are being exchanged without touching the U.S. banking system, potentially blinding regulators to illicit finance. Now, this guy says they're dangerous to both their users and as they grow to the broader financial system. Administration officials have expressed concern to representatives of stablecoin issuers in recent weeks that consumers just don't understand that money held in a stablecoin is not protected by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, and that in some cases they could potentially lose money on a stablecoin. According to one familiar with the matter, person said officials are also worried that criminals could use stablecoins to transfer money without having to touch a bank, meaning they could avoid protections that are meant to catch money laundering and other illegal activity. Elizabeth Warren compared stablecoins to wildcat notes that were issued by poorly capitalized banks in the 19th century that later stuck many of their holders with big losses. She said if the Federal Reserve were to issue its own digital currency, consumers could get the benefit of the stable coin without that kind of risk. I think that's the direction some are trying to take it. The U.S. is looking very seriously about issuing their own digital currency. Of course, China's been talking about that for some time as well. Is it necessary? Is it another step of going to what you would call the cashless society? which I'm pretty convinced we will see that in my lifetime. All right, let me see here. Back to the calls we go. We got about 26 past the hour. Is that Kid Fox by chance?
Yes, sir. How you doing, Steve?
Good morning.
Good morning. How's everything going today?
Doing well. I wasn't sure it was you or not because it says Good Fox. I'm thinking, it's probably Kid Fox.
Gotta love technology.
Yeah.
Now, you're talking about voter ID laws. I got one solution that'll shut down a lot of the arguments that these Democrats are coming up with. They talk about it's going to disproportionately affect the poor. And you made a good point earlier. Like, who doesn't have an ID?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got an awesome solution. Why not, in addition to whenever one of these state legislatures come out with voter ID laws, make it to where you can get the basic ID for free. All you gotta do is bring your Social Security card, your birth certificate, whatever they require, and you'll get issued a state ID for little or no cost.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say make it free. That'll shut down that argument 100%.
I mean, in the state
really,
when Georgia passed their voting laws here a few months ago that raised the ire, the new Jim Crow, they have that in there. If you don't have an ID or can't afford to get an ID, that they will issue a free identification, so you'll have your ID to vote.
Right. I mean, because obviously, whether there was fraud or not, even just a suspicion alone has got a lot of people really worried about the integrity of the election process right now.
Mm-hmm.
And, this stuff's been going on for years. You've seen stories where they've had dead people voting, or, people that, quite frankly, didn't even exist somehow vote. And I just feel, and I agree with the voter ID laws. I mean, hell, you want to say it's racist? That's BS, because it's not. Because you have to have an ID to do a majority of the transactions. I mean, when you go to swipe your credit card, half the time they ask for an ID.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or when you go to cash your check, any place that cashes checks, they will ask for a photo ID. So, I don't understand, why, how it affects a certain group of people more than others, especially when, like, here in last time I checked, here in Ohio, IDs were like, what, $20, give or take?
Yep.
So, hell, make them, free to obtain, I'm saying just the basic ID, and now, driver's license, that's a whole different, ball game.
Right,
but
right.
We'll table that for another time. One of your callers made a comment about, you were talking about the, traveling to other galaxies and stuff like that. I read an article, and I wish I could remember if I find the link again, I will try and see if I can't email that to you, but I read an article about a week or two ago about scientists saying the possibility of all things warp drive could happen in our lifetime. There's actually scientists out there looking into the idea of warp drive.
Wow.
And I thought that was fascinating. I was like, wait a minute, are we talking we could actually be living in a Star Trek era where we see a USS Enterprise? And I just found that mind-blowing and fascinating, because they're already working on models. The biggest issue that they're running into from the article I read is the power cost of creating a field. Because the theory of warp drive, basically, you create a field around the vehicle, and you warp everything outside that field.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the vehicle is in a normal pocket of space, in a manner of speaking. and that's part of the theory of warp drive. Now I know I'm probably butchering it all to crap, and somebody will probably call in and correct me on that, but the basic gist of you got a field that covers the vehicle, and it's kind of like you're still in normal space, but everything else is moving where you're not. Does that make sense?
Right.
Almost kind of like being on one of them, them escalators in the airports that, go back and forth. They don't go up and down, but they go like back and forth, like in some of the airports. It's almost kind of like being on one of those in a manner of speaking.
Interesting.
That's the best analogy I can come up with. And like I said, I mean, they're saying it could be possible in our time. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I find it fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, but that's all I've got for tonight, Steve. I just wanted to check in and say hi.
All right, I did a quick search on warp drive. Let me see. It says the closest star to Earth is Proxima Centauri. Now, of course, we know the sun is our closest star. Maybe they mean the next. About 4.25 light years away, or about 25 trillion, with a T, trillion miles. The fastest ever spacecraft to date, now in space, the Parker Solar Probe, would reach a top speed of 450,000 miles per hour. It would take 20 seconds to go from LA to New York at that speed. But it would take the solar probe about 6,633 years to reach Earth's nearest neighboring solar system. If humanity ever wants to travel between stars, people need to go faster than light. But so far, faster than light is only possible, obviously, in science fiction. I think they got a long ways to go to get there, right? But we all have seen, just tune into your favorite episode of Star Trek, right? Warp Drive, Star Wars. Do a space jump. They kind of try to break down how these theoretical warp drives actually work. And will humans be making the jump to warp speed anytime soon? A lot of physics stuff. But with that, we got to get a news break. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Calls continue to grow for a more thorough investigation into the lab in Wuhan, China as the origin of COVID-19, with the World Health Organization pushing China to participate in a transparent investigation. World leaders at the G7 summit also called for a new investigation over the weekend. Former President Donald Trump was an early proponent of the lab leak theory. He tells Fox News that he believes that incompetence may have led to the virus accidentally being released from the lab.
It changed my whole line of thinking, and I really hope and I believe it was an accident. It was incompetence. I guess some people don't necessarily agree with that. They think maybe there was purpose to it, which would be absolutely terrible. But we have to find out more about it. Why did it happen? How did it happen? How could anybody be so incompetent? And that is not a group of incompetent people.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
I don't know, they very well may have stole this right out of Flyer Odds cookbook. But it's the real deal. I don't reckon they'll be doing it much longer, though, because like I said, the cicada invasion's about over in this part of the country. An Ohio eatery embraced cicadas swarming parts of the country this summer by baking the big buzzing insects into pizza. The Pizza Bandit, right up in Dayton, Ohio, tested out what it calls a spicy Thai cicada pie. Made with cheese, onions, mango, spicy Thai sauce, blanched and sautéed locally foraged cicadas. Yummy. These crunchy cicadas add a heck of a note to an otherwise wonderful Thai-inspired pie. At least that's the way they wrote it up on their Facebook page. Spicy Thai cicada pizza. I'm looking at some of the pictures, and it doesn't look all that appetizing. Yeah, the Pizza Bandit, it's not actually selling the cicada pizza because it says they're not even sure if they could legally sell locally foraged cicadas, but nonetheless, they are edible. Although the FDA, as we've said, warns if you have seafood allergies, you should avoid eating them. But they did host a taste test this week, and they live streamed it on Facebook. The restaurant's recipe calls for miso hoisin sriracha sauce, mozzarella, provolone, cicadas, mushrooms, cabbage, green onion, mango, cilantro, and a spicy Thai sauce. They even baked cicada wings into the crust. From a distance, the pie looks pretty good, but once you get close up, you realize that those are not raisins. The cooked cicadas kind of look like raisins on the pizza. Opinions of the pizza range from absolutely delicious to, well, yeah. Some commenters had mixed reactions. One said, well, my dog finds them quite the delicacy. Yeah, my dog also did ultimately start eating the damn things. Since cicadas are basically flying shrimp, you could also sub shrimp for cicadas to actually sell this sort of a pizza to the public. All right, just one question. Why? Just why? I could understand if you're dying on a deserted island with nothing to eat, but you're not dying. So what is the reason you would eat an insect? Hey, over in Bethesda, Maryland, over in Horsefeather's neck of the woods, they're selling chocolate-covered cicadas. Bethesda, Maryland. Okay, well, what do you think? Did they steal that recipe right out of your cookbook, Fly Rod?
Well, of course it is, Steve. Thanks for taking me back. Of course it's our recipe. Look, many folks think this is some sort of a joke, but we have done our research. I told you before. We have scientists, paid scientists on our staff that have done immense research into these delectable little critters. So yes, naturally we've developed that recipe for the pizza. But Steve, you take an ordinary blueberry muffin. Everyone likes blueberry muffins. Could you imagine just like Emerald Lagasse does the bam with the recipe? Well, that's what the cicadas do. You bite into a blueberry muffin, and you get that big burst of flavor as soon as you bite into that cicada. That's what I'm talking about. Everyone loves them. Steve, I appreciate you taking my call back. I got to set the record straight. I was distracted when I first called in a little bit ago. I was having some trouble with my air dryer airing up my lines here. But anyway, I'm deeply offended by being compared to Woody from Toy Story and my wrestling companion Heatwave being compared to Barney. So I just have a little message for them Powder Puff girls, Pony Feathers and Gilligan, and of course the Big Goose is probably on some deserted island right now laying an egg, no doubt. You just wait till come July 4th, Independence Day, fellas. Your clock's going to be cleaned, and we're going to clean it. So just have your fun, your keyboard commandos, say all the nonsense you want. Your day's coming. And furthermore, Gilligan, he's on some deserted island, all right, just like Jolly Green Giant said. He's on some deserted island somewhere, probably sitting under a coconut tree right now, trying to imagine how on earth he's going to get back to civilization. Well, obviously his brain's checked out, and he's out of reality, not realizing that there's not much of a chance he's going to get back to civilization. But as soon as he does, we're going to be waiting for him, no doubt.
Uh-huh.
But Steve, July 4th is coming just around the corner, and we are so excited. This is going to be an event for all ages, and we're coming up there with our buses, and Jolly Green Giant is preparing all this food that we're so grateful to him for. He's a great American. And his compadre, he's on that deserted island as well. He's another one that we're just so happy that he's on the island keeping Gilligan tied up.
You're going to be the one wishing you were on an island, fella, because we've done discovered this whole cookbook facade that you've got going on is a big scam, and the people that you've already duped out of their $19.95 have joined the Betty the Bush Hog campaign, and they've actually put a contract out on Woody and Barney, and y'all going down July 4th at the big Steve Sommers watermelon roast at the undercover secret bunker.
Well, if it isn't the Big Goose, where are you laying an egg out tonight, Big Goose?
I got your egg for you. I'm going to put that egg right on your forehead, chump. I'm going to give you 5 across your lips.
Let me tell you something, son. I'm sure you're flying on formation with Pony Feathers and Betty the Brown-stained bushwhacker, no doubt. And now Gilligan, I cannot wait to clean your clock.
Hey, I don't even need them. Horse Feathers and Gilligan going to be standing by taking pictures and signing autographs. I'm going to be the one you have to deal with in that cage. I'm going to put a pop knot on your head big enough to hitch a bass boat to. I guarantee it.
Wow.
And all of this public that you have got out there and deceived in your Ron Popeil-esque campaign for these imitation, phony, non-existent cookbooks, they're going to be sitting there on my side rooting me on because the lid's done blown off of this. The covers have been pulled back. You're a fraud, and we're gonna settle it all July the 4th.
You're a 5'6", 112-pound bag of Wonder Bread, soft and cushy. We'll have no problem with you whatsoever.
Well, you just keep thinking that, Slick. You just keep thinking that.
Well, it's coming. You're going to see us. You're going to see how successful we are. We arrive in our great big old 50-foot-long Winnebago buses that we bought from the proceeds of these cookbooks that are selling off the shelves.
Oh boy!
you better hope you can trade them Winnebagos in for an ambulance ride, because that's going to be the only mode of transportation you're going to need after the cage match.
Oh my! All right, hey, Moose, you're out on the road somewhere. What? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping?
Well, I done changed my mind. Old Travis, he's getting ready to leave about 6 o'clock, so we decided we better go get us some waffles and some hash browns before he takes off. So I couldn't sleep anyway, so that's where we're on our way to. And I just heard that blowhard on there talking his trash, and I had to call back in there.
Well, I'm glad you tuned in at just the right time, Moose. Well, you have a great day. Enjoy your breakfast.
See you, bud.
Scattered, smothered, and covered, right? I like it. Personally, I like my hash browns plain, well done. I like them crispy. And then I douse them in a boatload of ketchup. That's the way I like them. Somebody said the reason Gilligan hadn't got his Cooking with Cicadas book is because your check bounced, Gilligan. Yeah, go figure. Hey, what else we got here? Time for a couple more tidbits. Let's see. Somebody's checking in about the accident on I-40, I believe. Who we got?
Steve.
Hi, Steve.
A I-40 westbound shut down at 65-mile marker between Jackson and Memphis.
Okay, it's between Jackson and Memphis. Okay. Now that's different from the wreck on 40 we were talking about earlier this morning. It's a different one, right?
Yep. This is I-40 going towards Memphis.
Okay.
From Nashville. Yeah, they got the highway shut down. It's only a 2-lane highway out here, so the wreckers are taking up the road. It's going to be a while before they get that cleaned up. There's already about a 5-mile backup on trucks.
Wow.
So you can reroute somehow through Jackson, Tennessee. I'm not sure how you go about that because I just started driving this route, so not really sure. But, yep, we just want to give guys a heads up. They're heading out this way.
Are you caught in the backup? Are you sitting still?
No, I'm going east. I'm heading back to Nashville.
So you're just looking at the line up on the other side. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A lot of construction on this road, Steve. I mean, every 10, 15 miles, you're down a 1 lane, for 5 or 6 miles. And, there's a lot of troopers out here, but guys still aren't paying attention.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for the heads up,
slow down in these construction zones.
That's right. Way too many accidents in the construction zones. We're 100% correct. Hey, Knucklebuster, we get you right at the tail end of the show this morning.
National Association for the Advancement of Big Hooters. How may I direct your call, sir, today? Oh, I'm sorry. I called you. This is Steve Summers Overnight Drive Radio there. Y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret and some of Steve Summers Overnight Drive hats and T-shirts, and that'll make your day, Steve. If you put enough sugar on anything, you can make it taste good, especially on potato bugs, right?
Yeah.
People been watching too much of that Star Trek stuff, son. I'm telling you, them drones, there ain't no little green men running around. Besides, if they are, they're more advanced than we are, and they're not worried about our puny little weapons. I read where the military loses a bunch of weapons, and they can't even tell you how many of them it is, and that's a bad situation there. Did you see the anti-drone weapons his security detail had over there and overseas there?
I know you sent me
Looks like a 2 extra.
You sent me the link. I did not get to pull that up yet. I'm not sure. What's it look like?
2 extra large Dirty Harry. So, big. It was a big old gun, man. So I don't know. I saw where Vladimir's security force was pushing them wimpy reporters around, man, and they were all crying about that. I got 2 other things. The most misspelled word was quarantine, and most people spelled it quarantine, Cornten.
That sounds like a hillbilly thing.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, the most misspelled word in Ohio is favorite. In Mississippi, it was every. I thought it would have been that Muslim sect of people over there. But anyway, this guy in India, he died at the age of 76, Steve. He had 38 wives, 94 children, and he lived in a 100-room house. And the next guy behind him up in Canada has 27 wives and 150 children. Are you people crazy? And that's all my baloney for today, brother. Have a great day.
I pulled up the story about the anti-drone weapon. Yeah, it's a massive, like a big shoulder-fired kind of weapon. The images shown on Belgian media, or the Belgian security forces. Combination of handheld anti-drone weapons. From back on Monday, the two different types of anti-drone systems were carried by members of the Belgian Federal Police. One that fires a net projectile at drones. The other that uses radio frequency jamming to disrupt links between the drone and whoever's operating the drone. The deployment of those two systems together, kind of a reminder of how serious the threat of drone attacks or even assassination attempts on high-value targets is. The world is changing. Now, this was the meeting between Biden and King Philip. They were discussing COVID relations between the European Union and the U.S. All right. That's when, I guess, when Biden arrived in the Belgian capital for the summit of NATO. Fascinating stuff. All right, he did say, get you some Hot Shot Secrets. Don't forget, it is Thursday. Hey, today is the day, 1:30 this afternoon. If you're up and about, check out the Hot Shot Secret Live, another episode. Again, 1:30 Eastern Time on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook and or YouTube channels. Talking everything automotive. Of course, the focus on a different product each week. Looks like today's episode will be focused on the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, 1:30 this afternoon. Have a great Thursday. We'll see you back here at the midnight hour tonight. Believe it or not, we will be making our way into a Friday as we prepare for another weekend. I hope you'll join us. Have a great day. This has been the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.